Hey guys, it's Tartan coming at you with another game of Total War Three Kingdoms, the only thing I care about anymore. So we're here with Gongsun Zan. We have just taken Chang'an and rescued the Emperor, well, in a manner of speaking. So Sun Tzu just declared himself Emperor this very season, and so we're going to walk in. It says the Emperor's over here, but he's really in Chang'an right now. He just got here. So we're going to walk into the veritable throne room and inform him that we don't need him to be the Emperor of China anymore, that we're going to do it instead. 999 prestige out of 500, so we saved up a little bit of time there. Now, we're going to want more admin jobs, probably. Administrators are good. Hey, Limtrix. You know, they can be very terrifying, but they're not as scary as miniature zombies are all on their own, I think. So we can just... I mean, the assignments are fine. All of these are fine. They don't matter very much anymore, right? We could just take, like... I mean, we don't really... Yeah, it's all just about power at this point, right? So, administrators give us the biggest ceiling on the power. We don't really need the spies, right? I don't understand how to use them. Next campaign, we'll learn how to use spies. We'll beat Cao Cao again. The eagle flies, and I win. Limtrix, I hope your Minecraft world is doing well. Yes. We earned the rank king in 209. We could have done it in, like, 205. But yes, alright. So, how's this going to work out? We declare this emperor. Mandate of heaven. Get 5 grand. And Cao Cao is indeed the other emperor, so he is just like right here, right? Yeah, he's sort of in a real bad spot, given that I have an army on the other side of the river, and he's between this gate pass and this gate pass, and I don't think he controls either of them, so that's awesome. And the enemy of the Han faction thing went away because, of course, Wu. Didn't matter, and Cao Cao declares the waiver. Okay, so here's our event. Obviously, we're not going to restore the Emperor. He doesn't know what he's doing. So we are going to take it for ourselves. Whatever happens now, we just live with our decision. So we form a new dynasty, which gives us replenishment, but negative public order everywhere. Fortunately, we have pretty good public order everywhere. We can drop the taxes a little bit, and that'll hopefully get us in an alright spot. And 15 turns is, you know, a long time, but hey, you know, I didn't want the Emperor to run it. I am the Emperor now. That's right, it is me. Get another assignment. We can just... A food one would be good. We'll just wait till next turn. I'm sure with all of the people that we've got from our new salaries, we'll be alright there. Now, from absorbing vassals, we can't make anybody else our vassal immediately. And he doesn't want to confederate. Does anybody want to confederate? Shiji would. This would cost us a little bit of money. It also would get us a wonderful foothold down here. That could actually be really good, right? We don't even know how much land he has. We do know that Wu has lands all through the Han lands here, because he was probably trying to snap them up, right? He doesn't like me anyway. A lot of people don't like us because we annexed a vassal, but you know, whatever. It was necessary. So if we can fed Shishi, we can get a force down here to hold, and then, you know, that would be roughly good, and we can maybe get, like, a golden elephant out of it. You know, if we confederate Shishi, we can just drop the land anyway, and maybe get a golden elephant out of it. Right? And I still have... Yeah, we can get 12 armies here, so yeah, we're going to confederate Shishi as well. It's going to be a huge turn. He's going to say, you know what, I bet you're going to do a great job. So we'll grab him here. And we lose an absolute ton of money. Wow, wow, wow. He has a lot of stuff. This is good news, though, right? It is. Because we don't have to hold on to these expensive armies, and we're not going to. Alright, he's a complacent administrator. Well, we're not going to put him in charge of it, then, are we? He is brilliant, so awesome. You know, this guy is going to be... This guy's going to be a real champ. So we choose between zeal and tenacity and mighty knockback. His trees all over the place. You know, it's... I think the ability to get zeal is better than that. It's tricky. You know, you don't want all these bottom skills since we're not going to put him in charge of stuff. It's alright. Governor Xi has the bodyguard. We're taking that away, and we're taking the bow away. And we're just giving him a normal sword. He's brilliant. Very old. Well, 72, you know, but relatively old. But that's okay. Here, we're going to continue... It's just like a huge amount of this now is salary, right? Yeah, just a massive, massive salary churn. But once we get rid of all of this trash, we'll see who we want to keep, you know, and who we don't. This place is too large, right? It's making no money. Oh, look at the corruption in our lands. Oh, right, because we got so much more land, too. Well, you know, administrators will fix a lot of that, right? Man, you know, we really weren't. But we, you know, it's alright. Because this lady... Oh, yeah. This lady has the unique white elephant. We're going to take it away from her and give it to somebody else. Wonderful. Chutai, the very normal. I don't really love that ability. Anyway. We have mega high corruption. But we're still, like, revenue positive now with all of that being sorted out, right? And what we can do is eventually, you know, we'll get more administrators in more good spots. Like, yeah, 75% corruption. That is so rough. And it's like, at least this one is just at 31, right? Devastating stuff. But, you know, these buildings help some, and then we'll research the tech for the higher level of it, and yeah, we'll gradually find a way to make it work. And of course, we had to turn the taxes down too to stabilize public order a little bit. But so much to do. All right. At least we'll have some fruitful wars soon. We could sell some of this land to Kongrong. We just need to get a spot for it, or to Daoying over there. You know, either one. Because food's still fine. We've got our little island over here. Right, she gives range damage from commanding, and she has the abilities that are really quite good. And, you know, they're better if she's not on an elephant. No. Her armor is not very good for a champion, which makes her not very good for being an elephant rider, right? And we can get him to join our empire. Yeah, if we can just get him to join the Empire, we shouldn't be too hard, right? We can just give him, like, something we don't care about. Like, several clay warriors and this pig. Right. Boom. Get rid of that. One single food. And then we can keep both of these pigs. Oh yeah, good stuff. Peaceful guy. Forms the Empire, and now we have, you know, a little bit more of a thing here. Of course, the non-men are over here. Now we have this land right here. In Wu-Wei-Yan. We need to trade that here. Yeah. This will, you know, expose them to the non-men somewhat, but importantly, we get our trade agreement locked in for a bunch of money, and they'll pay us as well. I mean, some. Because importantly, like, we're not letting Wu make their move, right? We're making all of their move instead. Ma Yunlu is here, so if we can get her on our side, that would be good. That's who Zhao Yun is supposed to be married to, historic law. And Chupan here, we can invite him. Yeah, he doesn't want to. But in a few turns, we'll be able to try to make people our vassals again. We just have to live for like one turn here, which should be possible. Alright, so this place doesn't make any money, and it's got two different percentage commerce buildings. Well, it would be making money, it's just torched because of corruption. So we can solve that, right? I mean, gradually. Lady Ju, looks like you've got yourself a job here. Yeah, you know, that's worth something. And then we can spend an assignment. Dropping it down even further. Probably downgrade the building. I mean, like, it's... Well, I mean, no. I mean, it'll be worth a bit more whenever it comes in. It's just, you know, until we get the other things. And those are more peasantry income anyway, I guess, but... We get Lady Trio? Yeah, you know it. You know it. We took the elephant away. Oh, man. Look, I don't know if you're up to date on what we've done, but... Let me just introduce you to some people. You may understand who they are. Hi, this is Liu Bei. Because we annexed them before the move. And then... Yeah, but, and then they, Xi is willing to confederate here. We banished the Emperor. Big surprise there. I mean, he might well have not even been banished. That something even worse happened to him. But the Kingdom of Wu, you know, popped out their little head. So, it became time to deal with it. And... You know, big corruption problems all around. We need to just... identify the places that don't have admins now, right? Because a lot of these places... Okay, well, yeah, if we just have our anti-corruption network, it's pretty okay, but, yeah. We just usurped. This is the same turn that we captured him. Rescued him. Yeah, so, like, Gongsun Zan literally walks in to the throne room or wherever here in Chang'an and is like, hi, welcome, nice to meet you, get out. And that's what happened. I was debating on keeping him around for a while longer, but then I was thinking, you know, if we let Wu be the first kingdom and make all of their diplomatic moves, then they're going to be in a more advantageous space there. So we're just going to snatch up everyone as we can, and hopefully it'll work out, right? because we have just very, very rich potential here. We have this war up here. Alright, we need to just get started, right? We need to save and then get started, because now things are different. I was like, we can save right here. Little treachery never killed anyone, indeed. Look, I would rather betray everybody than let Cao Cao betray me. Right? Right. We still gotta do the court. This turn's gonna take forever, but I figured, hey, why not do a fight? If we're gonna be doing a couple, why not do a fight now, right? We've got our elephant. We've got our proud son with the red sisters. Got this guy, and... You want to brawl? Yeah. I don't need to know anything about you to know that my boy's gonna win. He's quite a fighter. You know, his armor sucks, but he's got the weapons. And his wife is always coming in to support him. She's a very nice lady. We're gonna run in the elephant here. Drop that hit. They tried to wedge, we run right into him, you know, get wrecked, right? And then... Oh yeah, he actually had a pretty solid little weapon there. Looks like we're still gonna be beating him down pretty good. And our wife gets trucked on just a little bit, you know, you just don't want to be fighting head-on for too long. Elephant still elephanting. Run away from the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, probably making us maybe even run away from the morale. Man, we're moving really slow here. Lots of times I don't notice that I have it on slow-mo. And our son is victorious once more. Very good indeed. We're very proud of him. He's a real winner. I'm like, wait, no, they weren't army lossing, they were all unbreakabling. Come in here and here. Never been impressed with Tiger Leopard Cav. Yeah, it lacks the speed that you need for Shock Cav. I think the Tiger Cubs are very good, though. I agree. They really hit the sweet spot of, like, actually being good for the price point and, like, actually having, you know, evasive and tank stats that are meaningful. But yeah, I was thinking of holding on for the Emperor too, but then I was like, I need to move on Cao Cao. I don't need to be, like, sitting around and waiting longer, because we were at, like, medium Imperial favor. If Wu hadn't declared, I definitely would have waited for the ability to axe him, to sword him or spear him or throw him down a well, but, you know, I just figured... You know, especially since we just absorbed Liu Bei and everything, so, you know, storyline-wise, we just called in, you know, all the advisors beforehand, and Zhuge Liang was like, I mean, yeah, what are you gonna do, right? Didn't want to wait for him to Confederate 30 Texas fighters. Exactly. I figure, because I've seen what happens in other runs when you let the other people declare before you, or when you declare and you don't do anything, right?
他们对我们毫无用处。放了吧！心如利刃，锐不可挡。
敌人很快就会见识到我们的强大。
And I figured if I was gonna do all these fights, the last thing I wanted was the game to tell me you're being rude to your enemies. I know it's more than that. And I actually think, I may not have said this, but before, but I actually think the Imperial Favor mechanic is very interesting as a way to slow you down, or at least provide you with a penalty for going too quick. Very interesting. All the more funny that I 1,000,000% just ignored it the first time. Because, I mean, what am I going to do? Pay attention? No. Cao Long is here. And Gongsun Zan is getting shot for literally no reason except for my own negligence. It's alright, at least all of those are cracking on down. At this one, oh yeah, look at what a bad time they're having, right? They're having such a bad time. The old night battle dance. And then, of course, we outranged their crossbowmen. No, we exactly ranged their crossbowmen. We only outranged them with a couple of things. But their crossbowmen won't be at the front, so we'll outrange those. Bunch of spear warriors, not a lot of spear guard. Yeah, just a bunch of guys without shields and some guys with them. Tiger cubs, you know. We keep on missing this building. That's okay, too. You know, they can't all be winners. They hit all of those really quick. Alright, there we go. They can all be winners. Alright, and now she's going to come up and take some shots at their strategist. And he's going to come up and try to find a duel. See if any of them are dumb or brave. You know, in that order. And then we're going to move the Trebs much, much closer for the next phase of this fight. Just so we can give them a big headache. They're running away. They are afraid. They actually respect the bow. Okay. And Cao Long is willing to duel us here in the front of the city. Of course, we remember we've like absolutely got trucked on by this man in the past. I don't think he's got as good as stuff here. And we've got very good weapons indeed. And we're a sentinel. And we've just wisdomed him. So we're pretty sure that he's going to get just tossed into the drink. And it looks like even over on that side, we're burning down all of those towers. We're going to move our Trebs all the way in and get the interior ones. And yeah, Cao Long actually doing very well for himself again, you know. We should have had that to stop him from doing Binding Fury. Binding Fury does do like 10k damage. Hey, Chong. Might have a little youngster room. Yep. And glad to hear about your holiday being on. I hope it is good. Alright, we are going to run away. Alright, he gets healed up to 21. That's just fine. It'd be better if they would let us get on our horse, but if they won't, I guess he's just gonna anime swing on him here, right? You know, you're locked in here with me, guys. There we go. We get onto the horse. Oh, they are running for me. Okay, we get onto the horse and away. Good. Alright, time to just focus our attacks a little bit on their ranged. Looks like they do have an oil puddle there. Looks like it's already burned up, though. Because we don't need, you know, to be shooting a bunch of shielded guys with our arrows. Although, you'll note, that's exactly what we're doing. We don't need to be doing that. We just are. Like, how about these spear guards running away? That would be a good choice. The good news is, due to our wonky placement, we have an absolute ton of ammo still. And we still have a bunch of trebuchet ammo. That's right, I totally forgot about them. We were saving them to be able to come on inside here. And we will give each of them one simple assignment. Hit the tower. Oh my goodness, one of them did so good, and the other one is, you know, doing their best. But if they land on just like the other side and burn down some buildings, then that'll, you know. Hey, there we go. Alright, what we want to do here is focus on to anyone smart enough to stand in a ring should get thrown arrows at. Alright, now we just need to stop shooting at the people that are deliberately trying to be arrow sponges, playing like a literal AI. And then we're just gonna frontally charge in. They get like this accurate, yes, yes. And I get like this, which is aggressive! And they break the ring. No, they're going for the ring. But we're just gonna... Yeah, like... Look, the elephant is bored, and now he's not. And once again, we prove that we're very smart and we're not going to get provoked. And Elephant is just having a great time. Just keep on moving, buddy. She is engaging in the center. Not ideal. It's okay. She can just leave, right? Perfection. Oh, we've already won the duel. Cool. Great. We need to get in on here. Ranged block chance. We've got our charge resist here. It'd be better to just leave, but now that we've got him engaged, we can pull the elephant out and then pull the elephant back in. Get here and here and here. The spears are in the rear. Love a chain route when it doesn't happen to me. Right. And Hantong, we didn't give him the good elephant yet. Oh, but you know we're going to. Also, he's married to Sunrun. We adopted him and married her into the family some few years ago. They were always supposed to get met up. We just didn't get a chance to throw him into the army. But now with the beautiful white elephant, that'll be a chance. She's still just level 1, but you know, I bet we can work on that pretty quick. She's got her army moving into the Central Plains. We have another 1 or 2 over there. And we dropped all of the... We emptied and dropped all of the Shuhan armies, of course. And then next turn, we're going to go over to some of Liu Bei's former lands over there with Kongrong and, you know, start attacking Cao Cao on that front as well. And Gongsun Zan is taking out both of these armies that were in the north. So, you know, now his attention will be more centralized. Wonderful work from our son. Did we get all three brothers? Oh, yes. All three brothers, both daughters, and Zhuge Liang. We didn't get Xianyong, but we got all of them. And I'm so thrilled. That was another reason I was like, you know, we need to set this up for the long game, right? We don't want to win too quick here. But with our foothold in the south and Shiji's lands, we can either try to just, like, defend it, or we can move them down there. You know, there's a lot of choices. Just need Ma Chao and Hong Zhang. Yeah, and, I saw Ma Chao in the recruitment pool, too, and then I just... Not recruitment pool, and the turncoat pool, but I just never... You know, I was broke that turn or whatever. I had already spent the money, rather. And we are just, you know, gently escorting them out, or elephantly escorting them out, as the case may be. You looking mad again? Yeah, I assume so. But, because we annexed the Liu Bei, we had never made him a guarantee that we wouldn't. So, you know, it's not treachery at all. Although other people look at it as being very rude, you know, look. We didn't, like, threaten them. We just said, hey, you know, you're part of us now. And obviously we're going to give him a reputable job, even though his bonuses aren't that relevant. But of course, we still have to deal with entitlements, which is to say the giving of titles. And they are just running. All of them just getting escorted out. There we go. Truckload of post-battle loot. Gotta love it. Got to love it. Get right here. We could go range damage for the dudes or across the top to get to Surge. Yeah, seems fine. He levels up. He's elephantine, so he doesn't need this other stuff. We can get trust, though, because we might give him, like, a retinue. And it'll get him one closer to reach. And, yeah, so that'll be better there. Does he still like me? I think so. Neutral. He doesn't even care about the annexation, I think, much, but, yeah, I guess trending down. But we traded a couple times with Liu Yan. Or rather, one time, just this land here. I was hoping to pile on the favors and vassalize him. But we weren't able to because, you know, we force annexed Liu Bei. Would have done it in a different order. I didn't realize... you know, that everybody gets so mad about it. Because I didn't guarantee I wouldn't, but I guess, you know, they still look pretty negatively upon it all the same. And now Dongbei, and Dongmin, of course, will be able to deal with this junk up here, hopefully. And Ma Teng, you know, doesn't hate us over much, but he's trending towards negative 55. Like, what? All these people used to like us better. Oh, because we get the negative thing there, and then, yeah. You know, I guess we probably had a negative 65 swing in terms of a day. So what are you gonna do, right? Our corruption continues to be absolutely out of control. So our public order is also going down. We've got our taxes at medium just to stabilize it for a bit. Fresh vassal won't get that penalty. Ah. And now I guess we have access to spice somehow. Yeah, but we, and then we got this guy in the Empire as well. When we got Shiji, and then we traded that to him. Well, we gotta get an army down there, and we really don't need this one in the field. We're going to be losing some lands down here unless we get kicked into gear properly. But we've got enough to get some going on. But I'm more worried about stabilizing the north than the south. If we lose all this land in the south, we got the elephant out of that deal. And we got the elephant out of it. And indeed, Shiji is reunited with his suspiciously young wife. And, you know, this is our son's wife in her old robe, and she's looking very suspicious about all of it. Speaking of the robe and maker, I guess we got a couple more. Oh yeah, and you know, we got red hair earlier. We popped Liu Bu. We got red hair after a battle, and then we got his weapon, which Sunrun's carrying around. She's just having a party. We'll drop Lady Du here for the elephant, but I thought she would be a good pairing initially anyway. And because they didn't have the level for the other units. They have like Onyx Dragons and stuff. But anyway, that's what's going on here. And who else can move? Nobody. But dealing with this threat up here, and then Cao Cao will definitely lose up here. Someone will take that off of him, and then he'll just be here. Good, good, good. Alright, so court. Well, a lot of our slots won't even open up until tomorrow, right? Tomorrow, next season. We've got some people in the positions, and that makes it okay for right now. And then we'll figure out who we want to be running stuff. Then... what a marvelous time. Lands in the north and south. And the thing is, too, is like, even if Wu pushes back considerably here, even just having like this island foothold is so hysterically awesome for our purposes, because we can just like get a couple armies here relentlessly, and then like it's gonna take them so long to get across the water they won't even want to, first of all. And even if they did, we'll get them. The war with the Nonman's gonna be a cinch, because our unique unit is basically what I would call a a medium firm counter. Not a hard counter, but certainly not a soft counter to the Nonmen. It is very, very, very rough for them. They don't have any units that are good against it. Alright. Well, I mean, they have shielded infantry, but those aren't good against trebuchets. So, perfection. Gongsun Zan is now the emperor at Liu Bei, and yeah, we even got a little nascent empire. Is there any diplo we want to do first? Fortunately for now, we start on the opposite one. But yeah, they'd be in tough shape if I started next to him, you know. That's hilarious. They're already ready to give up to me. I mean, not quite ready, but like so about ready. If I would have held on to the other armies after that, they might well have done it, you know. I think we're going to be able to roll them up pretty quick. -6. -6 at the start, but of course he like wasn't even a duke, right? He's become a king, but he wasn't even a duke. And I'm sure he's feeling overwhelmed by it all. Alright, what do we got? They are attacking our iron mine. Well, that's smart. You know? That's smart. Catch me under the NX, you know, what are you gonna do, right? Yeah, that iron mine, that's the source of all the anxiety in the world right there at Dongting. We get some new bows. It's time to swap these over, but we need to, that's right, the industrialist has to finish first. Wherever that was. Up here? Yeah. He... yeah. Oh, you know, guaranteeing his autonomy would make him feel better. Not a ton better, but some better. We'll go ahead and do that. On account of how we don't want to annex him anyway. Alright. It is the new turn, which means we need to get an army over here. Which army? Alright, so either the girls or the boys. Who do we like better? Brothers. Alright. Liu Bei is all support. Both of them have reach, but Guan Yu will be... you know, he's the god of war. Man, what trees, right? What absolute trees. He's got the crane feather fin, that's funny, yeah. Probably because it's gold, yeah, they just interpret it as being desirable. Legalist fanatic for 6 satisfaction faction-wide. Whenever someone's called a fanatic, you know it means they're good. Alright, Grand Commandant, we will make him, you know, the Minister of Coach. A very important job, you know, for this thing. No, Zhongfei's here. He'll take care of that. Zhao Yun will drop to Minister of the Guards, because that'll be good. He'll be able to rescue any babies that need rescuing, you know, that'll be good. The tribal exile doesn't need to be over the masses. We'll make them Minister of Finance. Kongming gives us 10% movement, right? Yeah, so he's gonna get a job. The wife doesn't need there anymore. She could be the minister of the Imperial Clan. That makes more sense anyway. Alright. Kongming can be great tutor. Yeah, Zhao Ren is married to Guan Yunping, which, you know, him for that makes sense, yeah. Because that's the old politics thing. He can explain to everybody why it makes sense that we get to do there. Massive satisfaction. Alright, so we could make... I mean, anyone would be fine. If we use more shot cavalry, 10% armor for shot cavalry is pretty sweet, but we don't. So the choices are people that we already like for plum positions, or well, Jutai will give us corruption reduction. We can do that, right? We'll put him in charge of that, and then if we end up thinking he doesn't do a good job, we can banish him. After all, anything that goes wrong with the military can be blamed on the Grand Commandant. We'll keep Wu with the works. He lost an arm in an OSHA violation, and now he is running everything else there. Alright, good. And it's actually worth like a bunch of money there, and our satisfaction is probably absolutely massive now, yeah, with 151 for 120, basically more than 150 for everybody, just default, which makes it where it shouldn't be too tricky to keep a hold of people, although maybe not automatic. Got some levels to distribute here. Zhongfeng, who can get here towards flexibility. Yeah. Because that redeployment reduction is real good. And he may never actually go into battle. But he's been as important as anybody else. That 50% post-battle loot, mwah, just so good. Alright. So, time to get these fellas with their armies. No trebuchets between them, of course, but we won't let that be too bad. I'm like, wait, White Horse fellas? No, I'm like, yeah, White Horse Raiders. And they'll be the purest army because they won't have any trebuchets, and everybody else will. So one army there, and we'll send the girls and Kongming down here to deal with the Nanman threat potentially, or with the threat of Wu. Well, we could redeploy them there. Right now, we're not even at war there. So we will get them right here, and they'll just ready to go.
深思熟虑。
This is like just the best gotta play them all ever. Where is he? I don't see him.
心怀智略，
Why isn't it in alphabetical order? There he is.
以和为贵。
Ridiculous. Alright, and here, she gets the job. Wow, they really, well, it's not so bad, right? I mean, up at the top would be better, but here, they've got her branched out in the tree. It's actually not as bad as hers is. No, mobility's a fine skill. And she's already got flexibility as well, so she can keep on running things. Because, well, I mean, once we get to, you know, maybe, well, it'd be fine. The sleeping dragon can sleep a little bit. We get a couple trebuchets here. And do we want any, like, Imperial Palace crossbows with this army? We could have just like one normal premium army, and it could be theirs. But why? When our regular army is so much better. Yeah, but why? We might need the crossbows, though, to deal with them. If we needed that, we should just get Imperial Palace Cavalry, right? Right. And Kongwin can have, like, 4 of them, because he'll have the most ammo for his retinue, and then we'll just do a regular thing here, and they'll be able to shoot up any of the heavily armored things. Yeah, there's our solution. Good. And here, we're just gonna steamroll right in. Yeah, they don't have anything. They don't. They got nothing. We're just gonna come in at them.
足下别来无恙。
This army should be the traditional one, given that we don't even have access to the good troops in it. But we're just gonna truck on forward. You know, Sunrun wants to brawl.
协力出击。
And here we're trying to chase them through the mountains. That may not work. It may not work. If we deleted the trebuchets, we could catch them. It's just about the user of the hunt, right? As if. Look, we could have just had them, and then what? We would have lower corruption, higher public order, everybody would pay more taxes, and everybody would love me. But you know what? When we clicked here, we would see his unworking face, and not my own. Committed. Indeed. Yeah. Whatever. They'll get over it, and if they don't, well... we'll get over it for them, right? We don't have like free redeployment, but it's 50% cheaper than it used to be. Because he doesn't have, yeah, it's Wuongguo and... man. Yeah. Don't know why I thought more of my guys had that. I guess it's in, like, a lot of the trees, but we just didn't get it Yeah, because it's right there. It's one away. Well, won't be too far out. That's why. Because I was just looking at it. All right. So we've got our army here, and the girls set up here to pincer them in, and we're going to be able to sweep down into Wei there. And that's 4 armies right there. We're fine. Gongsun Zan's army and this one don't really need to be up here, right? Right. I'm like, where's Cao Cao? Okay, there he is. He's trying to run home, so he's not gonna get there, right? He's not even this dude's ally, is he? No. Yeah, this dude's allied with Liu Bei, so like, Cao Cao, at least how things are right now, is like trying to run home and is so far from home. He's gonna be trying to get back to Chen, and then it's just gonna be my flags everywhere. Hard knock life, buddy.
好的，请讲。
And it's at a negative 6.4. You know, he's as weak as he'll ever be right now, really, probably, you know, because he's not been able to transition in his stuff yet. All right, so Filial and Incorrupt needs to get dropped. There, no. Oh, Taiwan's actually considerably reduced them. Why not here? Food's still like okay. We probably want to go ahead and make some more though, just to keep the winter all right. Oh, it's already going on there. Well, then we don't need to do that. We'll send one of Liu Bei's brats out to collect some taxes. That'll, you know, that'll teach him social responsibility and stuff. That'll be good. Melee evasion there, and we just need to go through our big guys here and make sure that they have, you know, stuff that at least affects the whole faction. Alright, that one does there, and that's just... like most of these aren't faction-wide, or if they are... yeah, be all good. Couple of bows. We can sack the replenishment for a bow here. Probably not there though. She's already got a bow. All right, all right. Cao Cao just desperately trying to get home. He was not ready to declare himself king. You could tell because he wasn't even at home when he did it. Chengpu having a party down there. Of course, we know that 600 damage cavalry are bad, but we'll be able to shoot them up. So the regular red cavalry of Wu that is such a headache for a lot of factions isn't so bad for me.
大人，听您吩咐。
大人，有话直说。
大人，有何吩咐？
大人，有何吩咐？
主公召我。
祝你好运。
We either need to get an army in the south or decide to just get rid of all of it. Except probably it wasn't even his idea to declare himself. Well, I would assume not, right? Like, why would he? And then he's already so close to abdicating. Like, he's in an army over here on the way to rescue the Emperor, mind you. He's on the way to rescue the Emperor. When he does it, I declare war on him while all of his armies are going in that direction. Declare myself the Emperor and toss the Emperor out while he is starving on the road. And he hears the rumblings that he's an emperor in the land too, and he's like, what? That's right, Cao Cao, you're gonna need like a lot more beads in front of your face, buddy. Alright. Still making money. Do we need an army in the south? We definitely need an army in the south. It can be of anyone. But, you know, not like a level 1 guy. And we are White Horse Raider Central here. Only White Horse Raiders in this army. Highly mobile, able to deal with the non-men. Fire arrows a little bit off for Cao Ren, and orange present in the army, but it'll be okay. That's right, we got that one cool weapon. We're not going to give it to anyone in that army. We need to reposition him. And we've reached the deployment limit. It's okay. This army's about toast. And we'll redeploy someone over here once we get a little bit of land. Because he'll take that, and then she'll move in there, and then we'll move the husband over with the gold elephant. Gongsun Zan, we either... If we don't redeploy them, it takes a while to get anywhere. If we do redeploy them, then where, right? Because the war with Wei is fine, it's okay. We could just walk down in this direction to threaten Liu Biao. So, I mean, might as well stick around up here. Yeah, you know, the rest of the people can do their work. Oh, yeah. And we'll drop and reposition this army here on this border. And then if we end up losing this, we'll probably know because he'll lose that first. And then, but ideally we'll sell this land over here in the south to one of them in exchange for a vassalization.
又是你这厮！
大人有何打算？大人有何打算？
门外何人？
We still have plenty of armies on the map, so we won't worry about the balance of power getting too wonky. And with our mustering rate from all of our sweet barracks buildings, you know, it ends up coming through pretty alright. We're gonna keep a bankroll here for things to finish up. What's going on here? Alright, we don't want the tax building there. In fact, here, we might as well tax exempt that if it's going so low, right? We're going to keep on doing the forges, and soon enough we'll go to probably like an armor smith, I guess. Because a lot of our people have good weapons now, but a couple of armors wouldn't go amiss. I can't believe it! How could Sansa do this to us? We could escalate it to an alliance war, but I think not, right? That way he can just be like a nice buffer state on the edge, and that'll be a safe place for me to be in. Anything that funnels Wu towards us, right? Yeah, it's just they run so much red cav. I feel like we match up very well, even with the double. Zhang Lijing has perished. Very sad. I want to swap the armies over there. So this one getting super beat up. It's only going to take like 2 days to 2 seasons to get back together again. So we can afford to play a little fast and loose with it, right? Unless that's all comes up and cracks them right here. I don't think they will though.
愿闻大人之志，在下定当赴汤蹈火，不辞万难。
Drop her out and pull the husband in to the retinue. And to give him the most beautiful elephant. And that thing, because it makes him even more resolute. Is that Liu Bei's spear? Yeah. Yeah, it is. I found it on his body. And I figured since Gongsun Zan and Zhao Yun already were so attached to their weapons, we could give it to someone who you know didn't really have one yet. And we had already given the Red Sisters to the Sentinel Son. But yeah, no, we got we've got all sorts of wonderful weapons here, right? We gave her sword to Lady Du, which will fill her army up with whom? With somebody. Jiao Chen and some heavy hitter. Well, we've got options. Can put our kid in the army. Can put the thief in the army. Yeah. That was the Saiyan stack, but we don't... I mean, we can do them together. Yeah.
我绝不动摇。
志如流水。
They don't have to have anybody else. Keep those axes over that, I think. Keep that for the armor. And give her this for the massive cunning boost. One level she'll have poison volley, and this stack will be a terror. Totally excessive, just the way I like it. And we move up to the mythical mine, which they're actually not at, shockingly. We're just going to start rolling up the lands here. The brothers get assigned like a billion kills, fair. And we just carry on. They're in such trouble, right? They're just in such trouble. This guy, I wish he was in trouble. He's really annoying me. We're gonna keep on chasing him, though. You don't want to stop doing something dumb just because you've noticed that it doesn't make sense to do it. We can throw him in here. Good old farmer. We can put him in command and we can run fast. And then we'll catch him. If he disbanded as we could reach him. My level 9 Trebs? I know, I should. Alright, so Lady Zhurong is here at Ba, so we are going to try to get rid of it. Because really, if we just get rid of it now, that's better than her taking it. And you have to click on the thing. There you go. He's already paying me, like, all of his money. Like, I'm just gonna, like, no, here we go. Yeah. If we just give it to him, then it's not really worth that much money, and it'll be worth a whole lot of affection. And then when this annexation thing wears off, we might be able to get him in, because we're giving him all this land here against him. And in any case, you know, we're not worried. He's balanced, you know. We're not worried about him, like, flipping out on us. Probably. Zhurong's there, stymied. Menghul is here, and they haven't even... Yeah, they're coalitioned, but Mulu is still a separate guy, so we just need to make sure that Mulu doesn't die, and then they won't have the unified Nanman thing going on. Looks like he is trying to come for Wu. That'd be pretty funny if he just, like, ignores us and goes and cracks Wu. But we're gonna want to... raise an army here. Which army? This one. Yan Yu, congratulations. You've got an army now. Whoops. Army here, army there, army there. Lots of armies everywhere. And we're still slightly revenue positive. Oh, it's going to be good stuff. You want us to defend you against Wang Kuang? Wang Kuang, how could you?
祝你好运。
After all this time. I'm like, don't you do that. Whatever that sound was, don't you do that. I mean, I guess if it crashes, it's whatever. We can just reload. It's been a while since we crashed when we got these bug fix mods, or maybe what we did with our drivers, maybe, or whatever. Anyway, maybe it crashed, though. It's weird. Anyway, it's looking like we... I think that's the Liu Bei block, actually. I think that's what's going on. But also we've crashed. And the glass is like cool, but that's a weird crash, right? That was a crash during the intern. It was just trying to deal with the map change, I think. But last I checked, he would have been Liu Bei's vassal. Oh, earlier, man, when we got, like, our vassal set, we cracked Cao Cao just wide open. McLaren, his whole thing crumbles, and we end up picking up about half of them. Really great stuff.
这是我方提案。
Yeah, so Wang Kuang would have been Liu Bei's vassal, right? So that's the chain that's happening here, right? And Zhang Fu's over here, and he has nothing, and Wang Kuang has literally no place and hasn't, you know, for like 15 years. He's been traveling over here, right? So he attacks me there, but because he's the vassal there, it drags there, and I guess they just called Liu Bei, called his vassals. Yeah, I'm like, because Wei also is involved there with the penalties.
这是我方提案。那就如此吧。
Yeah,
考虑一下。
Zhang Fu is pulling us into every war. That's okay. Look, we're a reliable guy, and if this is going to pull us out of the unreliability pit,
我等诚心提出此意。
he wants the rash inspector to join. Kongrong, look. Kongrong, she's 16. Oh my god. No.
如你所愿。
Wow. Win in Rome, but no. We'll just release them. But what we will do... Yep, that's what happened. Liu Bei gets brought in there. Is hold his wife personally responsible. How could you have done this? You told us this would never happen. You're banished from the land. Alright, now that that's taken care of. Yes, the Minister of Justice. Shui needs to be there. And we can make somebody else the industrial inspector up here, because he needs that job, though, because he's the rash judge. Alright, alright. And she gets there with 1% remaining. Sick. Oh, that's awesome.
上阵杀敌。战争也是终结乱世的一种办法。
We gotta get these fights because they've got to level up. As soon as they get to 3, it's fine, you know. Boom, we get the... Because we're just trying to get to Heartseeker as quick as possible. It also is going to give us reach, which is good too. Here we go across the top. The range damage for the Old Retinue is fine. But yeah, going across the top better overall, because we do want what's there. Savior of the nation. We go down to just a totally tanked economy. 70% corruption. I'm like, what's going on here? There's got to be like a food selling building or... Wild. Oh, because the faction focus thing will... Alright, we get one retrain. We're gonna wait until it's somebody we care a lot about. Anybody we care a lot about. Not you. Yeah. Because history was super messy. Take the heir of Dongmin? Oh yeah, you know it. We could make Wu the thing, but I think we'll just reroll this guy's trait. Why not, right? She's my successful girl. Who'd she marry? Liu Xie. Someone from the Imperial clan. Good for her. Alright, it's time to get some of these people out of service, right? Liu Biao's son. Ah. I'm like, do we... Like, does the banishment stack? I don't think so. We're about to banish some people. The cruel banishment will commence. Not you, we just did something with you. Banishment does stack? Okay. Well, we're still going to do it a bunch. Just not, like, infinitely. Because Liu Bei putting in there gave us 21 satisfaction, so that's going to let us get rid of some of these people. And then later, we'll get rid of more. We don't need the Xi family in here, right? Well, they're distantly related, so anyone who has no salary can stay. Not like you. Alright. Yeah, 20 from banishments, and then we'll just wait a while and do some more. Okay, Liu Bei, we gotta get flexibility. Getting to assignments is like fine or whatever, but really going across the top to inspiring words, because we don't need the bottom ones, not particularly. The assignments is fine. Neither of those matter. Nature's ally, I mean, the speed... Very good. And getting Zeal there, yeah, definitely the way to go. We'll give him the garlic, the fan. You know, he doesn't need the fan. Neither does Zhuge Liang, but we're going to use it. Well, once it lets us. Yeah, look at Kong Rong moving out, taking some land. You know, you can always rely on him to move whenever he's pretty sure it'll be really safe. But hey, I don't mind him. Look, he's a nice guy to have on your side. If he shows up a little bit late for a brawl, you kind of expect him to. And that doesn't mean he's not going to get there.
智取胜于强攻，攻占此城正合我计。
Iron mine worth so much here in this relatively incorrupted place. We're going to go ahead and upgrade the forge. It's so affordable to do it. We got the old awesome Cao Cao level 5 building for huge movement around here, so we'll keep that. So they're allied with Liu Biao and Wu. Zheng, this guy is so out of sorts about this guy having declared on us that he's trying to walk all the way across the map to take care of it. Like, look, I love you, buddy, but... Okay, so now he is... We're just going to keep chasing him, right? This is who we are now. We're just going to keep chasing him, whatever.
又是你这厮！
好的，请讲。
Yeah, because even if we lose like a bunch of this to Zhurong, that's okay. We will survive. We need to convert... We need to get this corruption in check, right? But how? Yeah, because we need to unlock... Okay, so this... Okay, we need copper. That's what we need. When we get copper, then we'll have access to it. Where's the nearest copper mine? Up here? Like, there's really none in the whole north. Well, I mean, until you go over there. In the close north. Alright, we're just going to run up this way to try to cut him off, and if that doesn't work, then we'll get him some other way. Where, I mean, the fist of the four armies is about to come around and slap him in the face. That's how a fist works. And Gongsun Zan's gonna go gallivant up there. You know, he did all of the hard work, right? He did most of all of the hard work, and now we're just going to continue chasing the other side of the river here. With our poison volley sentinel. Just desperately trying to impress the boss.
We're
just gonna go in here, hope that we can get them to come in at us unwisely. You know, this army doesn't really need to be there. It would be better served if we were further up there. This would have been the guy from Yan Shi's faction. Yeah, it's like, look, they've even got 2 whole armies. Amazing. Alright, their emperor's seat is across this river. That's so funny that it's so close. We're not gonna, like, move for it here, right? But it's pretty wild. Defenders of Earth, of course, match up incredibly badly against White Horse Raiders. Protectors of Heaven, I mean, good, but, you know, their ranged won't. Protectors of Heaven match up well against everything, besides trebuchets. 15 movement range. I mean, that's more important than anything, right? Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. That plus Kongming plus the 25 takes you to 150, which I think is cap, and if it's not, then it's still 150, plus all the other stuff. But yeah, it's definitely worth it. 15% is massive. We got another 5% in the tree somewhere else. So, I mean, that plus Zhuge Liang takes us up to where we want to be there, too. Wonderful stuff. Chasing there, center of the lands is fine-ish, you know. Really, it's that if they do manage to get some adventure up, we can just spool up an army and crack them, right? We're not, like, worried about them. While they could damage our economy somewhat. You know, I mean, we have to take it, right? It's a little anticlimactic, but we have to take it. Right? I mean, you don't refuse the opportunity to just, like, absorb the whole faction. You don't. Oh yeah, you know, it makes sense that he would do that, right? It's not like he had a lot of land. We know that he was never ready for us anyway. You know, like, it was definitely, we declared and the game forced him to because Liu Bei should have been the one to, but we, you know, blah, blah, blah. Look, I just wanted him in our faction, right? What are you gonna do? He moves here to some looters. You know, that's the way of the world. We could have tried to fight at this point. It's not that important what happens up there, right? Here, this is important. Oh, it's just Yellow Turbans fighting. Yeah. We got there right in time to support the village. And Gongsun Zan merrily rolls on. I'm like, who are we fighting up here? But, you know, just a little rebellion. Executes. Lady Wu has destroyed her spies, and the Kingdom of Wei has fallen. There we go. There we go. That went quick, but, you know... Path to Glory. Hey, look at that! We're actually going along, hey? Is there... What's next? Okay, so now... We're supposed to control... these various places, which seems good, right? The seats of the great power... And that'll be our next thing. I've never, like, I always find, like, myself in the middle of the Path to Glory. Of course, it's a little later than we would normally want, but hey, good stuff. The bow finishes, and now we are going to go ahead and swap to armor, I think. We'll do one weapon one. We do have the weapon smith crafter guy man over here, which Lady Zhurong is about to take. Some lady. Oh yeah, and now this is mine, not Cao Cao's, so now the problems up there are mine, not Cao Cao's. Are we gonna do... Is it gonna be like just a thing now where we take an evil guy or a bad guy and then he just retires up in the north to raise horses? It is a very good story. And honestly, if it weren't like a bit too easy, I would consider it a beautiful ending to basically every story about a warlord. If they could just, you know, hang it up and, you know, find a way to be good. Why not raise some nice animals? Here we're gonna help our vassal here. Zhao Yun hits level 8, which gets us one closer to Adamant Resolve. Man, what a champion. What a champion. And now we don't have to chase this guy anymore. And we also don't need this army here in the north at all. We'll go ahead and drop it. The redeployment should be cheaper now. We don't want to obliterate the forces. It shouldn't be like so rough to move them around now, because Liu Bei got respect for it, and Wu Guo already had it, and Jutai had it. So that's 70. I thought he did. Oh no, he was one level away from it, and so was he. Anyway, it's still going to be 50%, and then, you know, the other random buildings that we have discounted a little bit. You know, you get A here, 5 somewhere else. Pretty soon you're talking real money. Or actually, no, it's already free. It's already free. Oh, because the other tech tree stuff, right? The red tree gets you redeployment discounts. Yeah, because you get 20% there. Well, really just that other 20%, right? Yeah, that's all of it. Because you got the 50 and the 50, 20% there is the 70, and then you just get a little piecemeal. And yeah, alright, well, good. Okay, so free redeployment. And Cao Cao is now part of the crew, part of the ship. He needs to get somewhere with supplies. Why not right here? Alright, where were the rest of his armies? Okay, he was basically out. But it's your boy. Oh, it's your boy. I wish the campaign wasn't almost over. I mean, it's not. Wu has quite a lot of land, you know, and they're still negative 50 from abdicating. I mean, maybe in a couple of seasons they'd see things differently, but it's not like it's over. Tiger Cubs are good, but they are not good against Wei, right? We're not worried about standing up and fighting Wei. We want to kill them before we make contact. They are too rough. They are too strong. We'll move these two jokers over here, get a strategist embedded, but whom? Dongbai. Yelling at Zuchu, you know, they are pals, I guess. I mean, they don't have to have a strategist. Sima Yi, the Silver Eminence. Sima Yi, the Silver Eminence. And we name him as we always do. This is a title made for Sima Yi. You name him Pacifier the Han, it gives him no desire for higher office. We're still going to give him a job. But, you know, when he wants a higher office, sometimes the job isn't good enough for him. We'll make him a steward. That'll give him 108 satisfaction. Man, was he ever a salty boy, and man, does he ever feel better now. But you cannot keep him in a faction. If you can't give him a good job, you can't keep him. It's rough. And this guy just had good axes, so we're going to take him away. Whoops. Like now the mounted archers look sort of like the White Horse Raiders. Zuchu's only level 2? My goodness, you poor boy. Looks like he's going to get Imperial Palace Cavalry. No, we'll just give him Red Cav until we can swap him over. We're a little negative, mainly because of corruption, I imagine. Yeah, corruption. 70% all around the faction. Lady Feng's army. I'm like, this is where the money was. This one was so expensive. You know, it's actually a pretty cool little army. It also does not fit my dream of the cavalry. Alright, there we go. Yeah, that army must have cost just like so much money. Very good indeed. And now we can drop these armies and redeploy them lower. No, they can get here in a turn or two. Oh yeah, Diao Chen. There you go. Cao Cao. Now we'll have Diao Chen in his army, and that'll make him very happy indeed. That's what he was waiting for all along. He's like, look, I've heard that the most beautiful woman is in your faction. So I will give up the emperorship on one condition, that you grant me a divorce. And marry me to Diao Chen. And of course, she was like really, you know, impressed because he's such a tough guy. And, you know, she likes his hat. It says they don't get along, but they do. And now, a wonderful setup here. Xiahou Dun will, of course, still hang out, you know, doing his best to keep Cao Cao safe. We're going to let him keep his horse, of course. We're not going to let him keep the bow because that's not very honor manifested of him, is it? We're going to give it back to the guy it belongs to. It's Cao Ren the Long-Suffering. Who should be running this army? He should be running this army.
听您吩咐，大人，为您效劳。一统天下。
And that was where the looters were down there. And now we have caught her out.
怒吼吧！
We'll pull back to there in the event that becomes necessary. Alright, we got a messy little fight here ahead of us. Let's get to it. After all, we took away his weapon. He does have mending. So at least there's that. This guy swings quick. And we're up against one of the House of Ma. And of course, what we really need to do is make sure that we just get these arrows stuck in on enough of the red cav to where we're not eating a ton of scary damage. We don't have any fire arrows here. That'll be alright. Because the Merc Cav, as soon as we start getting any of these guys shooting, sure, we're shooting through the trees here, it'll still be fine. They're gonna be melting. They have very limited armor. And, you know, they're just really gonna have a bad time. 10% of both of those units already dealt with. Like, you guys all have better stuff than us. We're gonna decline. He's got gold armor. Ooh. That's the one with the ranged block chance. If we get that for our elephant, oh, it's gonna be good. We're gonna wish that we had people to fight for it. No, there's always the non-men after we roll up the Han for a few more fights, you know. Once it's all decided. You know, we had a long mid-game in this campaign by design. So it makes sense that we're super prepared for the end game, right? Because we took, what, 25 or 30 turns where we could have already been king and used it to solidify our political position, you know, to solidify our economic position, to get things set up. And you know, we are right now taking those benefits. But we keep on running there. You know, they've got their Defenders of Heaven within range a little bit, or Defenders of Earth, rather. It's the Protectors. You protect Heaven, you defend the Earth. Sweet Parthian shots, their infantry just getting totally shot up. And look at how much ammo we have. We just have so much ammo still. It's beautiful. You absolutely have to love it. You were given no choice but to love it. Whenever you're born, you're assigned something to love. For me, it's cavalry archery. Now, I've never ridden a horse and shot a bow. Not like really. I've sort of tried once. It didn't really work, you know. You know how you can be on a horse and have a bow and try to shoot it? I did that. It didn't work. I can't really shoot a bow, even not on a horse. But what I mean is that something can, like, speak to you on a deep level where you think, this is what I should have been whenever I grew up. And that's whatever I think of whenever I think about people riding horses and shooting arrows. I'm like, you know, that's good stuff there. I don't have a horse or a bow. And I have nerve problems now. I wouldn't be able to shoot it. That's my real holdup. I cannot be a professional horse archer because of my nerve problems. That's right. It's very sad. But these Merc Archers, we're just gonna light them up, right? Even though on paper they're 4 times as good at shooting us as we are at them, you know. There's 6 times as many of us, so we're okay. Need to get her over there so we can get our men done. Get our men done, get our men done. Hopefully we'll get that armor. That armor is awesome for an elephant. And we just are straight deleting them. If we had like really good fighters, then we'd be there. But they have the great fighters here, so we have to use the micro properly, right? That's the way of the world. We're gonna hit our men there, which, you know, is gonna heal her rather a ton, right? Because 2.1k over 20 seconds, that's like a big percentage of her health bar. He's got 40,000, she's got like 15, right? So but we'll swarm him there and see if we can get the beat down. The Sentinel does swing like 1,000,000 times a minute, so hopefully that'll help. We just get on foot and start hitting them. We've got decent AP damage and we swing 48 times a minute. So I think we'll just truck them down like really quick, actually. I think that's what'll happen. And it does. Good. Let's get back on the horseback. Keep on keeping our micro tight like a tiger. Got plenty of ammo still. Got a whole lot of ammo still. Get them on the John Majian. Get these on these John Majian. They don't sound like Z's. There's an H. Now, Ma Yunlu, of course, could be a bit of a problem, but we should be able to just escort her away with the use of all of our guys. She does have the old people of the horse, but it looks like it wasn't active there, so she's not currently invulnerable. Hit the resolve for the evasion buff. Get off the horse and start beating down here on Zhuoji. Zuozi Julon. Sure. On her. I try my best. That's really hard for me to parse through. The Z's are like a TS-ish sound, right? So, Zuozi Julon. Something like that. Ish. And now we're just going to try to surround Ma Yunlu, and same old process. Look, if you're on foot and you swing 50 times a minute, you can get your enemies down, even with a little axe. It's all about your tactics, right? Because we eliminate her there. We just need to get everybody out here and get him back on his horse.
起勇气，加速前进。
举手就绪，准备迎敌。
抓紧，刷呀！跑起来！
走快点，
注意，打击，做好准备。
准备就绪。
Super clean, you know. We took our stack and we won a battle. Clumsy, but we won.
敌军四散而逃。
And of course, a normal stack would have slightly higher level people in it, with slightly better armor. This one has Yagyu. He just doesn't have a good weapon, so we couldn't do any flashy duel type stuff. And we actually were rather afraid of a couple of their guys, but you know, we're just gonna start busting up their faction, right? We know that although we don't have a lot of money, we can make it so they don't have any. The Central Plains problem is more important than Wu, of course. We gotta deal with Liu Bei and everything, and so this in the south will have to hopefully hold a good long while. Of course, now that Cao Cao is no longer a problem and is instead an asset, we might be able to turn to them and focus sooner than I think.
哈！敌军士兵正在溃逃。
下之于地，上参于天。谨遵命令，奋力一战。万民之声不可小觑。
What do we get? The book.
勇夺荣耀，正在行进。
You know, if we had the trebs, that battle would have been a lot easier, but we also might not have got there as quick. Alright, so we're positive 5k. Not too good, not too bad. You know, we might keep this here, at least for a little while, given that we need to defend the Emperor's seat for, you know, legitimacy. Alright, so Cao Cao gets put back together. Lady Du can focus here. We're just gonna pop this fool, right? Or he can agree to work for us. He won't. Alright, we do have vassal access again. Alright, so these guys really don't want to do it. Liu Yan would rather be confederated than vassalize. Fair, you know. Fair.
如此酷暑
Respect.，
真希望来一场好雨。
We need to get an army over here.
大人，
Need to get this army over there.
主公尽管吩咐。
有何吩咐？
Give Cao Cao something to do that isn't looking around at all the land he used to run and getting all weepy and sad. You know, it can really get under somebody's skin when they used to think they were gonna, you know, rend heaven and earth, and then they ended up just being like another pawn. Poor guy. I say that, you know, I don't mean it. Couldn't have happened to a nicer dude, right? No, I think Cao Cao was actually nice to me for the whole playthrough, and I bushwhacked him, right? Yeah, we were always cool. He didn't do anything to me. It was Liu Bei that attacked me. That was like a vassal thing, but, you know, still. Yeah, whatever, you know. He should have attacked me. Even more food there. Taiwan needs an admin. It's still gonna go in like a turn. Oh, it's the population interacting. That makes sense. And the negative 15 from that. Man, it's so rough. Well, we can barely hold on if we do that. I guess we'll just... look, worst comes to it, then we lose a bunch of our lands. That feels bad. We're going to go up here. Alright. This army doesn't need troops anymore, does it?
力求上进，大人亲临，士气大振。
And we're going to move
愿一
them
切安
out
好。
and drop him... No, we'll... Yeah, we'll drop him. We'll get him in some other army. And then we'll move this guy up here to deal with rebellions there if they happen, and her with her army here to deal with rebellions if they happen. And everybody else can continue doing their regularly scheduled stuff. Okay, there for the Emperor's seat. She can move up there to protect the Emperor's seat here. Not that we're expecting any problems. Not there. It's such high corruption, but you know. And I guess he's married to Ma Yunlu, but you know, for how long? Alright, so if we... He gives -5, but he... Drop him for Cao Pi, and that'll give us just a ton of money, right? Just a ton. We can make him the Herald. But it looks like we didn't get like too many cool people in with them, but a lot of them are, because we are distantly related to the Zhao family, I guess. Well, related to Lady Bian and Zhao Ong. Oh, because they're married. Zhao Ong is married to Lady Wu, who is in the court of Tsai Mao, and then from there, because we're married to Lady, our adopted son is married to Lady Wu's daughter. Okay. There's the relation. Which is good because it makes a lot of all those people that we just got totally free for us to use. Yeah, so he didn't come with that many people, but hey, we got Zuchu. We got a level 2 Zuchu, but we got him. And next turn we'll deploy down in the south with them. And, no, over here, that's right. Over here we'll deploy with them. Right now we have 20 coins, of course. Since we have free redeployment, we could still redeploy armies.
人们蜂拥而至，赶来此郡。
All right. All right, this guy is at a maybe for being a vassal, which means he's at a definite yes for being a vassal. And we'll just give him some of this land in the south. Yeah, because he's an underdog, which means who will... well, no, it's worth too much, right? Yeah, we'll just make him pay us for the pleasure. He likes Mulu? He's at war with him, and Mulu thinks that's cool.
风水轮流转，
Maybe because it'll get him out of the war. Yeah, that's why.
值得一议。
Alright. Let me grab him for the network. And we're back up to just -2 because of the Allied support in the war, so that annexation is basically worn, like, off. Which is great. It's so good. It is marvelous. Alright, good. That was a really quick destruction of Wei. But looking at the map, of course, what he had was just 5 or 6 places with like 1.5 armies. So, you know, the bulk of his strength certainly lost there. We're going to go ahead and trade Shuofeng here. And get some money out of it. All the money they have. Get all the money they have.
心怀坦诚，则你我牢不可破。
Oh yeah, because he's got like the CJI still. So he's not like a very strong vassal, but you know, at least he's there. Right. Send in a message. Saying, I do definitely technically work for you. This guy's honorable, which means he hates me? No, it just means he doesn't want to work for me. You know, I bet if we declare war on him a little bit, he might change his tune. Lady Zhurong comes in here, coming in hot. Oh, Liu Bei is trying to mess with us. Well, you know.
"大义将临，莫敢不从。快去！"
恢复原样。真小儿之见也。
向前进军，威武不屈，深谋远虑，为了天下大义。
Yeah, I'm not. It's not looking like Wu's gonna be able to do too well against us here, but I mean that makes sense. It certainly does make sense. Su Chu gets to level 3, my man. Simi's tree is a total mess, but they might let us respec it to get to Whitewater before he gets to level 10. Su Chu, we're gonna give him reach. Because going across the bottom to get Stalwart Defender is the best thing initially, for sure. Storytelling, sure.
注意，迈向胜利！
一统天下。战争也是终结乱世的一种办法。今天放你们一马。
Kongzhou lived a long time till he crossed me. Bum bum bum. Alright, that's the other reason. So if the looters or the Ultimates ever take Zhongming's lands, because he's got the siege AI, it takes him forever to push him out. So we'll have to help him there. Yes, we will.
到此为止了。
In here, alright, yeah, so it's time for our son's army to go over here, right? Getting his army out is more important even than Cao Cao's hitting the field. Oh, we moved the Poison Volley Sentinel somewhere else, that's right. Well, then what to do? And we could just throw like Cao Pi out there, right? Get him rocking.
春风又至，再图新计。
Why not?
秩序井然，则四海可定。
And he's already got what we want from those trees, so we can go to Zeal or Mighty Knockback. Mighty Knockback first, because that'll give the charge speed. We can get our axes, and he's already ready to roll out, right? 25 satisfaction for the army. Wow, pretty cool. Cinnabar Red Bow, outrageous. You can have this regular bow. Alright. And we can give the Cinnabar Red Bow to her. Next turn, we're getting everybody the bows they're supposed to have, right? Zhaoren gets his. Gonna run in there and fight that looter. Sun Tzu looks like he wants to cross the water a little bit, so we're gonna hope that he just walks on right over into it, right?
整装待发。
振作起来，深谋远虑。
On swinging up that way. You know, Wu's got a ton of land, right? This isn't like they're not going to be a pushover like Wei was, who's very weak. Wu was, you know, the first one to declare themselves. They've got a good little pocket of sunshine here, but I, of course, have the whole sun. Cao Cao is still alive. And we trick them into marching into our lands a little bit. Oh, we also trick them into attacking us here. So they say they'll win this? There's no way. It's level 7. I mean, like, what do they think they have here? I mean, they've got some stuff. I guess their army isn't like that special. It doesn't believe in the horse archers. It's okay. The 2 trebuchet army is dramatically better than the no trebuchet army, but it's a lot slower at walking around, and that makes it, you know, situationally a frustration. We've got both of these guys being able to like, yeah, I accept. Sauron fears no one. Maybe he should, but he doesn't. You know, he's winning, but just... he's taking his time, right? We've got better stats. We've got, like, a weapon. We don't have zeal. And Cao Ren wins, you know, eventually. The glorious tale of defeating a level 7 default guy. I mean, hey, level 7, you know, that's a lot of stats, right? Like, I thought we came in from the side there. It doesn't look like we did. We actually are in kind of a tight spot here. They've taken my towers, but they don't work for them, I don't think. They just, you know... stopped working for me. But it is all working out, just very slowly and very messy. She immediately runs in and gets unhorsed. It's alright. Oh no, Cao Ren. You know, this is the danger of fast forwarding, right? Because we could still lose this. Because our army is fighting against an absolute ton of spears. Alright, there we go. Super ugly. Look, it's not what our stacks are built for, right? Just like pretty high morale, you know. We're more used to the night battle level.
每打赢一场，天下就安定一分，一统天下。
And Liu Bei has joined the coalition there. The tax collector is attacked. Outrageous.
保持原样。
This guy gets caught out. Thinks we're gonna lose this. Of course it thinks we're gonna lose. Come up there. Hit it from that side.
我方援兵抵达。
The good news is they're trying to shoot me with fire arrows, and they're standing in a forest. I didn't have any fire arrows, but they're standing in a forest, so now we've got a little bit of the fire on them.
这是敌人设下的圈套。
友军正在遭受攻击。
诛灭敌军。时机已至，无处不在，无营可觅。鼓起勇气。
随机应战，挺住！
Totally massive stats there, and we're just gonna go ahead and speed out. They're still fighting in the middle of their burning down forest, which is beautiful. We're already out of ammo. Oh my goodness, we shoot so fast. And with terrible target selection to boot.
敌军哨楼夺下来了。
Well, you know, I don't even know if they're... You know, come to think of it, I'm not sure that their trebuchet is even getting to shoot very often, is it? Hit the mend here. An adamant resolve with a cooldown reduction is just such a great ability.
敌军四散而逃，到底是无胆鼠辈。
You know, why shouldn't we duel them?
顽强不屈。
注意，
时机已至，做好准备。无处不在，无营可觅。时机已至。
挺住！时机已至，做好准备。
哈！敌
敌军士兵正在溃逃。
准备好了，鼓起勇气，准备开战。尚能扭转局势。
Well, we missed the mending there, but we got it onto him. And that's what really matters, because it's not just healing, it's also a huge melee evasion. So that's pretty good. We charge in there and here. Oh, the caltrops right there. We almost spun around over the top of them. That would have been bad. Mending saves the day again. Just good hero abilities, getting it done. And then, much too late, they come into Wisdom of the Riverus. You know, that might have made a difference earlier, but it sure isn't making a difference now.
敌将受首，贼众溃不成军。
They're just sort of like not hitting each other. Alright, there we go. He gets the final hit. He's brilliant. Oh, that's why? It's like, man, our ammo was torched, but he gave us negative ammo and he got more. Well, we're gonna execute him. We're not dealing with that again. And we get Fire Arrow in Night Battle there. And if she commands, she can walk far, which means she commands. And now with Night Battle, of course, these engagements are going to be much simpler. Liu Xie, we will release you. You're so good at playing Go. Yeah, we just move here, because then if he wants to move up and fight, which I doubt he will, then we'll hit him, and if not, then we'll continue on. Wisdom of the River, which will greatly assist there. Giving her the old chop there. Good stuff. Of course, this thief is only several levels away from Poison Volley. No reason not to go towards it, right? Like that, right? The other one's there, and then I have no idea where the actual poison volley general is. In this stack? No.
愿闻大人之志，在下定当赴汤蹈火，不辞万难。
行动如一，刚强不屈。心如明镜，无往不利。拼死一战。
The other turbines are just like running out over there. Pretty obnoxious stuff, but we're dealing with it. We are gradually dealing with it. Oh, we already have that. That is a little inconvenient. I guess we can get an army here, though. Right, Cao Cao's army. We were going to put it somewhere. It can be right here. That's a good spot.
"
力求上进，功名震天。大人有何吩咐？
Like, we'll just... You know, whatever he does there, Gongsun Zan can come back soon enough, right? Whatever he does there.
稳住阵型，我军必胜。
说话小心点。
Down to a -26, which is so much closer than it was before, of course. And then we're just going to move up here. Can we get there in time? Not quite.
深谋远虑，释放怒火，消灭敌军。进攻！
Rushing defeat. It must have Bastion artillery. Yeah.
遵命。
尽情厮杀。
Of course, the key to the late game is to move quickly. You just carry stacks together,
战无不胜。
and then you can knock yourself through all the stuff.
快滚回去吧！相信直觉。 威加海内，乱世遂定。
百姓会于此地，但建设不能懈怠。开战！ 迅速出击！
Yeah, and they'll have like a huge force here. But if we can get in, then we'll just get all the way in, right? They do have bastion artillery. But even if we sort of tank a whole lot of HP on something, well, what's the alternative? We wait outside, and then what? Lady Du's army can come to support and march and make it easy. Or we could do some action worthy of our father's names and win. We're going to make Guan Yinping the Blood Dragon. And Zhang Shui, the Coiled Dragon. And Zhuge Liang will be... like the General with Tranquility? There we go. The General of Unfailing Aim. All right. Time to get to it. We have a big battle to do. Well, I'm going to take a short break accordingly, and then when we get back, we'll do this battle and maybe a couple more. I wasn't trying to play this all day long, but it looks like we might. If we just bring the other army up to help, well, that'll help. But if we fight now, I mean, we've got a ton of ammo. There's 91 ammo in the Imperial Palace Cavalry. Yeah, they'll be able to melt. We'll just make sure they stay safe. And, yeah. And this will be a nice, challenging battle to let the girls prove their worth to Gongsun Zan. I know that they're wonderful, of course, but man, I just love this mod. It's the best mod. It's the best mod. I'm never going to play without it. I'm never going to. Don't ask me to. Vanilla in this game doesn't even exist. I'll be right back, and we will do this fight. Alright. Let us go then, you and I. Back to China again. The only place we ever go these days. No, we're probably going to end the video soonish. I keep saying
我
that.
军来势汹涌，
I actually thought I was going to sit down for like an hour, and now it's been 3 again. But, you know, I always say, I don't want to do anything I don't want to
却
do.
非无能之辈。
Alright, so their reinforcements will come out over there. But if we just already get inside, that'll be good. They will have bastions on the rear side there. There's no simple way in here, right? This is a good city. So we're gonna have to be clever, right? Yeah, because when he pops Sway of the Wind, we can just, like, hold our fire in the semi-late game for that. Do we have fire arrows? We don't. That is okay. Well, we're just going to have to make do, right? Alright, so we get... Where's the other artillery? Alright, it's right there. And right here. We just need to get their artillery to shoot at ours. And hopefully miss. And we're just gonna, you know, move around, move around. They hit one horse, you know. Look, it stinks to lose a horse, but... I mean, I guess we can try to come in and shoot the crossbow. That one will do more damage than the Treb. We don't quite outrange the towers, though, right? So maybe this will be bad overall. We could just... Because if we lose... If we take shots to the... Yeah, okay. That's the math on it. So if we just take shots to the tower, then that's bad. And it looks like the multi-bolt crossbow is choosing not to shoot at my... horse archers, that's, you know, too bad. But we can just, so we will hit the fort tower and this arrow tower here. We'll need enough for like one wall breach, but these trebs are, you know, weak, so that's fine. Because even if the Treb wastes its ammo, uses its ammo, and the crossbow doesn't, then we can get in closer and just burn it down. I'm more worried about the Treb blowing at my Trebs. We'll deal with the crossbow. You know, but we might actually be moving in the range of their trebuchet with ours, so we want to be smart here. We don't want to be... We don't want to be ourselves, we want to be clever. Because it totally looks like he's just noticed our trebuchets. And they do have another army, but it looks like they came to the inside. So, you know, good for them. Not so good for us. Oh my goodness. Well, you know, losing a unit to get all the trebuchet arrow gone, that's fine. Getting a bunch shot up by the fort tower for free in the meantime, not good. Hey, at least we dodged that one, right? Alright, trebs are gone now. Out of ammo. Multi-bolt crossbow, still a problem, but now we're going to be able to move ours in line. We still have a whole lot of ammo on ours. Ah, there we go. There's theirs finally opening up. I guess they didn't want to keep on shooting the same one, right? Alright, so we're just going to... Like, nope, nope, that's wrong. We just talked about why that was wrong. Alright, no, 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 no. Okay, we're... Alright, we will mess this up if we don't get a wall breach. But we can just... Alright, so we can just go for the tower here. Probably be fine. We have a ton of treb ammo. We just need to get... We need to get a wall breach just so we'll know we'll have one. So we'll go for, like, right there. No, why not right there? Because this isn't our primary army, right? We don't have Zhou Yun. We've got the girls. They're strong, but they're not, like... maddeningly strong. They don't have all the crazy abilities. They don't have infinite, you know, confidence in their battle. We might lose, right? We could. Wow! We get absolutely schwammered by this multiple crossbow. You know, because that's the thing, you know. The Bastion Artillery, we trade several of our units for the ability to even get inside. Wow! That multi-bolt crossbow, you know, maybe they're not as good as trebuchets in the field, but man, when they're on the wall, do they ever get the damage done? Of course, now they're out of ammo, which means the world is my oyster now, and it's time to move the trebs up considerably closer than they have been to get that accuracy. Phase 2 of the siege about to commence. So while they do have an absolute ton of guys, you know, they don't have a whole lot of heavy hitters. They don't have a whole lot of people that want to stand up and fight. Got some spear guards. But by and large, it's not the scariest thing to be. Chen Royal Guard is here, however. That is very scary. Wait, no, we want to go, like, all the way up here, right? Yeah, we want to get, like, close. Alright, we do not want any of our guys using their ammo, though. That's not what this is about.
顽强不屈，准备开战。
速速前进，赶快行动，跑起来！
发射，挥动发射车，准备开战。发射。
You shoot at that one, and you shoot... Yeah, we're gonna need to pop this top tower here, too. Feels so awful aiming for a corner tower like this, just repeatedly missing, but... You know, that's what it's like. That's what life is like. You know, we just need one single thing to hit it, and then we'll be able to get a lot more comfortably in. But man, oh man, is it ever not hitting it? I say, I'm like, just please hit it. Got one breach, and we're going to get this tower, and that does give us a safe approach to here and here. We need this tower down, though. I mean, I'm sure with all of our ammo, we will be able to hit it. And that one's burning down. Like, we just have to hit it. We've got a bunch of ammo, and one of them has to hit it. It does. Alright, good deal, good deal. Now we can try for another wall breach over here, which I would like. I would like the ability to get out. But we can just go for a gate crack, and that's just as good here. No, it's not, because a wall breach is better. They've got internal towers, but they're all the way over there. If we get in right here, we'll be able to just push up and take the city square. Potentially.
骑兵在此。发射车听命。准备开战。
We got 5 more ammo. We can definitely crack that wall with 5 treb shots, right? Well, that one missed. I'm like, we can definitely do it, right? 70%? 80%? There we go. We got it. And if we get like one more volley, 2 more volleys, if we can get the gate open, that would be nice. And then phase 3! Alright, the gate is nearly cracked. It has 7% left. It looks like we won't get it, but you know, any old thing can knock it over. Alright. And here we aim in at all of the Royal Guard. Is it wasteful? Probably. It very well might be, but if we get them down, then they can't shoot us later. And our cavalry is still, like, totally fine light cavalry units. Man, we are spending a lot of ammo on it. No, we're not. No, it's just a couple handfuls. And the rest of our guys are actually spending their ammo very wisely, and we're keeping all of our other ammo for a little later. Yeah, alright, yeah, fine, good, even. If we get gate bugged, we're screwed. But if we can just attack the gate like 2 times, we'll crack it open. Because it was at 97%. Yeah, we're going to get it. There we go. But the thing is, we're taking a little bit of free damage here on our Imperial Cav, which we don't want to do, right? They've already lost a bunch of models here. And with this high of ammo left, that's just very, very bad indeed. We just need to back out. Take advantage of our superior ammo. And because if we can get in, then good. We just need to make sure we're not making any silly mistakes. Like they're doing right here, for example. You know, because now they're trying to run back in. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, we're fine, we're fine. We get back out. I'm like, don't get stuck in there, girl. General Gore down to 33. I don't love that we're shooting at them on the wall. Sort of take them off fire at will a bit. Alright, so they're going to ring, but our, we're gonna fire at the militia archers that are inside, right? No, at the regular archers that are inside. And at any red cavalry we can see. Because our arcs over the wall should be fine. What are we taking fire from here? Archers? Well, we'll fire at them. We don't really want to get unhorsed here, right? We could take these shots and shoot at the lance cav there. Yeah, we don't want to be trading. That's too many archers to be trading shots with. Here are these shots at the lance cav, though. This is nice. I think we're actually getting a whole bunch of hits there. Totally worth. And if they turn around, then we'll shoot them even harder. Because this is just what we need. This is just what we need, right? Advantageous firing arcs with good target selection. Guys without shields getting melted down. You know, we're actually playing a siege right. Sure, it's a little slow, but hey, we're doing it right. Beautiful stuff. And they're shattered. They're gone. Don't worry about them. The chin heavy crossbows, so they're coming like right in front of the gate, right? But their sabers backing them up, which we see. So we're going to take advantage of this to come in and pop them. Our support at the gate here is mainly swords coming in. That's okay. We're going to back out, though. We need to preserve, at all costs, our morale and our life. This is a long siege, not a short one. Because even Shinju Militia is fine, like, you know, if we get a good mark on them, we just don't want to be shooting into things with shields. So we have really big range, and now, like, their archers are outranged pretty considerably by our Imperial Cav archers, who are doing beautifully here, right? Because they're actually 30% armored, normal archers are, right? So that's a big chunk more than militia are, but not going to make the difference like they hope. Getting a bunch of damage here, beautiful. We're just gonna wait for the next opportunity to present itself, right? They have so many things. This isn't Wu, I keep forgetting though. Like, they don't have double damage guys. This is the artist formerly known as Liu Chong. Yeah, and they still have so much ammo left. You know, there's twice as many as a normal cav unit. So really, they're half again as good as archers, and with a huge, huge complement of arrows. Really glad we have them in this army. Of course, they have the Imperial problem of being very expensive, difficult to recruit, and, you know, in all other ways, very, you know, precious. But man, oh man, do they pay off. You know, the bad replenishment, it all works out. And if you blunder them a little bit and you get shot, their 50% armor, you know, really softens the sting there. But we're just going to keep on deleting people out of that angle till a better opportunity presents itself somewhere. And they even do pretty good at hitting those mounted Lancer militia over the wall. Brutal stuff. Yeah, these Imperial Palace cavalry, so good, just so good. When we catch them running around a little bit, you know, we can shoot at the spear guards. They're going loose, but you know they're turned the wrong way, so you know you just pay a little bit of attention to your foolish foe, because these are the big problems, right? The spear guard, they're the shielded units that have the spears, so they are the ones that are they're difficult to take out, but you just need to find the right time to shoot at them. All right, I'm like, can we move any closer? Their ranged are getting very, very beat up. But we don't want to go in that breach because the tower covers there. So we sort of need to fight right here. All right, let's try to shoot the gap a little bit with the girls and break it open. Did she tumble? No, okay. It wasn't like a full speed run into them. It's like, are they trying to form a wall? They're trying, but they're facing the wrong way, right? Yeah, boom, we get them. And these mounted militia come in now, but we can hit them with the old hamstring and the moon over my fanged flurry. Oh, they've got their buffs on now from the commander. We need to get out. We'll just charge right out through the front gate. My beautiful girls, doing so good. The one important thing, right, is that they... Like, where's our fight? even gonna be now? Like, they got most of their red cav popped. There's another one. Their spears are right there, but not in this central block, right? Yeah, that's all. And the spears actually leave the brick a little bit. We need to push through them here. They're all on that side. And now if the Saber Militia are facing the wrong way, we'll open up the shots on them and hit Way of the Wind for our buff, and that'll be our little circle here. Oh man, she gets trucked on. Oh man, she gets trucked on. Very bad. Not a disaster yet. She's still got a bit of HP. We just need to get her out of here. So if we don't have her for her abilities, you know, it's a much less happy time. And they get hit with the old perfect evasion ability, so we just bounce a little bit. The thing is, too, is we might not win the thing, but we could just leave, you know, which would be very, very funny. We spend, like, literally 30 minutes doing the longest siege of our life, and then are like, alright, I don't think I can do it. We'll just bounce. Come back next turn. Now, we've got a huge amount of ammo on the White Horse Archers still, and really, really big amounts on the Pierce Palace Cav. It's crazy that one of them already ran out of ammo, but that's just sometimes how the arcs go, right? But we can't, like, just fire at will. We need to get in like, a specific, appreciable safe place, because otherwise, if you turn fire at will when they're still on the wall, all you're going to do is waste all of your ammo, right? And you don't want to waste all of your ammo. You want to spend your ammo. You want to spend your ammo shooting at silly little chumps who are on the ground and shouldn't be. Those guys look like they might be facing the wrong way. Alright, so here we are. Like, these militia... like, they are all facing the wrong way. But we're not terribly far from being able to go in, right? Because we've been making, oh, wow, wow, okay. It's not so bad. Most of those hits were... oh, and we actually get their, well, wow, she hits us pretty hard. But now we get Lady Yan, the mother of Liu Xie. It's no wonder she's such a fighter. She's got zeal and one of those good old heavenly silver swords. We're going to get her knocked down. And that'll be good. This guy, will he duel me? He won't. Well, at least we got rid of her, right?
上马，万箭齐发，准备开战，给我杀！准备好了，时机已至。射击敌军，加快速度。赞，杀呀！ 顽强不屈，
Oh, man. All the more so because it wasn't necessary to do. But I think the last of their reinforcements is finally here, right? Because they had a bunch of reinforcements from all around.
鼓起勇气。
We're gonna get them to stop firing. We just need to get out of here real quick.
进攻！杀光敌军！赞！鼓起勇气，准备好了，挺住，加速前进，跑起来！
I'm gonna charge out here. We're hoping that she will follow us out in a blind rage. Well, like she... Yeah, we'll take it. She thought she had, like, infinite stats. She doesn't, of course. She just had, like, her abilities up. But now they're down. Hopefully we'll win and be able... So we started out at 23k. Let's see if this was a mistake or not. And let's get out of the tower fire. That is definitely a mistake. Oh my goodness. They were like, yeah, sure, I'll run right inside. That's not what I meant. Alright, she starts at 23k, 16k now. If we get this hit here, she gets a heal. She actually ends up positive for winning the duel, which is awesome. That guy does have Tenacity of Steel. We could still duel him if he would do it. But if he draws out to the front, right? Because right now we have Wisdom of the River. We don't want the duel with that on. That makes us very squishy. Very squished. Oh, goodness. Oh, gracious. Well, they'll probably be able to get out, right? You know what? Let's, we'll try to breach with 2 here. And then we're going to try to go around the rear here. And hopefully that'll help. We'll just get 2 this way and 8 inside. We need to get... If we can get into the breach, I think we're going to try... She has to stay healthier. She's at 16k right there. We got to get her out. We can't be... We're going to be eating some cav charges here, and she cannot be the one who gets directly hit by them. Oh. Well, now that we're trying to breach the sentinels outside, we're going to send her to deal with them. It's a less dangerous environment, honestly. Alright, those militia are going to have a terrible time. This guy is getting tuned up immediately. They don't have very much range. They do still have some archer militia coming, though. Alright, she needs to get out of there. That's just a bunch. As I guess, like, we could get out for the horses, but no, that's silly. She lost her horse. Well, that is that. But you know, that's why we pay her practically nothing. Because she is very brave. And look at the route. Look at the route. Oh, it's beautiful, is it not? Alright, we need to get on this side here because we can get these guys out of melee than we should. Super messy, but if she hits a big thing here, then before too long, they have crossbows far away. That's not ideal, right? But if we start shooting there, we need to get onto the crossbows, actually, right? That's important. But here and here, she's going to be able to churn them up. Need to get them over there. We can't get her that way, but we can go ahead and hit there. We very much need the crossbows to go down, but I think our Imperial crossbows are working on them now. And now we have big, crummy, messy blob fight. But hey, if it works, it works, and it looks like it might currently be working. They say don't argue with success, and you might be saying, is this what success looks like to you? Well, doesn't it? No, wait. Don't run away. You never run away. You just fight. Just keep on fighting. Because the thing is that Guan Yunping causes terror, and they don't. And those crossbows are really, really feasting on us. We chose a bad time to come inside. But if we hadn't, I don't know how much longer, probably a little while longer we could have done the skirmish. We could have waited. It's okay. Because Guan Yunping and Zhang Zhuo are absolutely getting it done here. And she's freaking out. Oh no, well, if she can just run forward here, then not get shot by the towers, we'll be okay. She loses all of her armor. Like, just don't be afraid. Just hit them. Yeah, there we go. You're winning. You are winning. You are not afraid of anything.
举手就绪，准备好了，顽强不屈。
There we go. And, like, she's so close to breaking, but she's not broken yet.
杀光敌军，
诛灭敌军，杀！挺住，厮杀！进攻！
挺住！
做好准备！传我命令！鼓起勇气！
Because what we have here is our army pincered between spears, which is incredibly dumb because we still have ammo, but that's where we're at, right? We can, however, stay engaged with our out-of-ammo dudes there and there. The good news is that when they shatter, they're going to shatter, right?
顽强不屈！
Alright.
大军听令，听我命令，跑起来！
准备就绪！做好准备！
顽强
And Guan Yingping is still feeling totally fine. It's Zhang Zhuer who probably I don't know how to say it. I'll never know how to say it. I'll need to look up a video.
射击！
骑兵在前，3号军令，马军准备，听我命令！时机已至，速速前进！鼓起勇气，准备开战！注意，诛灭敌军！
And she breaks off. 10k HP left, but you know, she couldn't put up with the stress. She'll probably come back, but she won't be worth too much more. Now Guan Yingping, with a much higher starting leadership value, is able to crack them here, and she makes this entire blob run away and shatter. And now we get to keep on shooting. Amazing. And the army loss. Right? Wow. Oh, man. Ugh. Okay, there you go. That was quite a siege. Chickens have money, right? Man. Woo. All right. All right. Look, I've basically never been prouder of a siege. We got a little antsy. We should have waited another 2 or 3 minutes before going in. But, you know, hey, it worked out. They deployed 5,000 dudes, right? And we killed 4,300 of them. Ish. 600 kills here, 500 kills here. Look at the kills on those Imperial Palace Cav. Amazing. Wow, wow, wow. Absolutely bonkers. You know, look. It's, that was a siege where they had Bastion artillery, an army inside, plus the thing, plus reinforcements, you know, and, yeah, we got it done. And sure, these two characters are amazing, but they don't have their abilities yet, right? You know, she's got Fang Flurry, which is really good, but Roar would have done great work there. And of course, if she had had, you know, oh, Lucky Pearl there, that would have been pretty amazing stuff too. But we get her done. Guan Yu would be so proud. This army will be annoying. If I had remembered they were there, I would have moved Zhao Cao's up there, but we can just... Yeah, just do anybody's, yeah.
打起精神来！行事谨慎，可称机敏。
And the daughter of the family, as she has just grown up. She is composed, gracious, cruel, and loyal. Well, that's partially good, and the rest is not. Now, they don't have any good weapons, so it looks like it's going to be another slog against a premier army. No, this actually be terrible. They have all these infantry training. This army needs to be
有何吩咐？
trebucheted accordingly. You know what? Let's go 4 trebs here. They're level 1, so let's go Protectors of Heaven.
恪守职责。
We're broke already? We're broke already.
绝不畏惧。
And we totally could have just marched this army up to reinforce, but you know what was cooler? What we did.
一统天下，天命在此。每打赢一场，天下就安定一分。
I really felt like the whole campaign depended on me winning that battle by the midpoint of it,
根基强劲，
and it didn't. However, I sure am super glad that we got it done. Feels good.
胸怀中正。
I'm just so proud of the girls. Speaking of the girls, we can give Sunrun her bow back. And Kongming can carry his fan even though the crossbow range damage is super negligible. It's his fan, after all. And the cunning isn't nothing, right? It's not. It is not nothing. And we get suits of armor, kids come of age. Which suits of armor? It'll never be a unique one, that's right. Which bows? It'll never be a unique one. But hey, it'll still be a bow, and he's already got his anyway. Alright, so...
千层波浪，充实，
又是你这厮，
志行天下。
那就这么办吧。
Yeah, everybody wants to be called to the wars, right?
此地岂容你胡闹！
The vessels are already called to those wars.
我还以为你死了。
平定天下，挽弓欲射，则屏息凝神。
And I think the Hulao Pass was reinforcing them, which is very good indeed here because now we got to deal with that garrison, and hopefully Kongrong will just take it on his turn. But might not get the chance to. We're actually here, yeah. And with that, the balance should be in our favor enough to just go ahead and grab it. Good, good, good. And she falls over very gracefully. Executor for the sword and occupy. Yep. Well, you know, they are... Well, the Imperial Palace Cav didn't get that beat up in the siege, right? Just like maybe 50% HP loss generally. And the White Horse Fellows did, but they're at 31% there, so yeah. And I think the Kongrong reinforcements ended up being very favored in the auto-resolve. Pretty surprising stuff.
Quan 军出击！
天命在此。关某必将威震华夏，吾等大义必将降临此城。
Because I guess at this point, the move right now, so we just drop the whole army. Yeah. Because with free redeployment, you just drop the whole army if it gets beat up this bad, especially with Imperial units. Re-recruit them the next time, they'll get the mustering bonus. It'll still, because 6 turns to get full strength, yeah, and then we're all fine. Yeah. It only is good once you have your free redeployment, of course, but it's not too hard to get free redeployment, right? At the upper level of a lot of the red buildings, of a lot of them, of the conscription building, and then you get like 20% out of the tech tree, and then you only need 3 guys out of the 7 or whatever in your council once you're an emperor to get it going on, which is like a really good way to get around the annoyance of the imperial upkeep.
请下命令。
前进！
And we continue kicking Wu out. Kongrong looks like he's going to go take that port there, which is awesome. That's like...
正义必胜。我等
It's
应
an
设
Australian
宴
free
庆
deployment.
贺。
Right, yeah. Just to intimidate others, but, you know, as long as you're not dropping all of your armies.
言之有理。
And why would you be? Gongsun Zan is just killing bandits in the north. This is so funny.
心如明镜，无往不利。
A brown stallion and a warglaive?
教训一下他们。
Gimme.
快去！
Well, that was like the Yellow Turban Rebellion.
正在行进，我已准备好提枪上阵了。
参见大人。
大人有何打算？
And this guy is still sieging Onding. Hopefully he'll win someday.
我军所向披靡。
Could have waited to muster. Why am I so bad? Don't answer, I don't want to know. Obfuscation. So this is the special thing, because he's the reformed brigand, so these are the bandit things, maybe. Yeah, looting settlements. So this is the night battle that their vanguards get. Fascinating. We already have a night battle here, though, so we don't need it. Give the sword to our daughter. We can award her breath and wind, and also call her the general that calms the waves. No, the Iron General. Yeah, there we go. Gongsun Zan isn't immune to complimenting his children, you know. After all, she's 18 years old and very brave. Need to find more people for everyone to marry. I think he's so old. Zushu's not. But here's the Iron General. Indeed. Well, he's the Iron Fist General. And that's the great honor of the name, right? So she's gonna have to earn it. Hopefully. Hopefully they will. We get rebellions here and here. Rough. That's not so bad, right? We'll just throw him there. I'm like, why am I acting like we can't just get an army that's already got a stack of dudes, and then, yeah. You know, that'll be fine. We can just do that, right? Because they'll, the dude plus these stacks, once they have the one turn of mustering, will definitely be able to put down a rebellion. Yeah, easy. And it's free, after all. Discounted. Alright, so Lady Zhurong is up that way now, so we're gonna go the long way in. Might be able to catch him out there.
大人有何吩咐？
It's in an alright spot. Sign peace with us. Let's talk more about that. How about you work for me? But you don't pay me, and I agree not to take you forever. And in return, I will give you these things that I totally might use someday. The bows are worth 1. As long as it's worth 0.5, it was worth going up. And then, yeah, and then we'll just, well, you know, if we trade the pass, You know, if we would have traded the past, we wouldn't need to give them all of our beloved things or any of the food. Or any of the food. Yeah, cool. You know, because we didn't really need that pass anyway. Good. Does it make all of our guys mad? Yeah, actually. Oh, because we just had the war. Yeah, that's right. They'd get mad because we hadn't been at war very long. And with our absolutely nutty movement, we run all the way. Shangyang's a big province, but that's our probably max movement, plus having an all-cav army, and we just roll right through. That's such a lot of movement to get from there to here. That's awesome. Because I have totally tried to move through there before, and it did not go like that.
设宴摆席，欢呼庆祝吧，还是有些用处的。
为了天下大义，
开战！万万不可，扫清天下。
The old, we don't have siege weapons anymore in our armies time. Well, you know, we used them early, and actually, like, the early game in this campaign was some of the most fun I've had in battle in all of Three Kingdoms. Now that I, like, understand the dynamics on the tactical map a little better when we're in the thick of it. But, like, taking the trebs and identifying when we would definitely need them, that felt good. I was like, why? Oh, some of the Imperial defenders and the heavy spear guards are faced different ways on the card. That lets you know that one of them has disciplined and more melee evasion and way more defense. Well,
全力奋战。
we can just delay a turn and maybe they'll come out. You know, we already fought a big siege, right? And then Sunsa's just like hanging out over here because he's intimidated because we're here. So this is like awesome. We're spending a lot of his mental time by him noticing that we even exist. Which is ideal.
全军出击！
原地候命。
Alright, good stuff.
定乱安民。
The thief levels up some. I think we haven't even used Poison Volley the whole time, but I was sure excited to get my Bandit Sentinels. Yes, I was.
正在行进。
Over here, so this is like a non-man fighting army exclusively, so we don't want Imperial Palace Cav, because here just getting to fire arrows is the more important thing. which he has, and she has, and Zhao Pi has. So this is the ideal non-man cracking army. We're going to keep a couple trebs just because. I mean, if we got rid of them, though, if this army is just going to fight non-men, then having trebs, I mean, it could help. And if it ever hurts, it'll just be two things that get lost in an ambush and we'll get them back. Yeah. But I guess Wu would have the same problem I'm having, right? Whenever they declare, they get the public order penalty as well. So while we're dealing with this, it's funny to be like, this is annoying because, like, man, our last campaign, we had like 140 rebellions. In this one, we've had 5. But you know, when your unique building stabilizes public order and gives you prestige, not that we needed it. There's a mod that lowers, or that raises probably both prestige requirements. That would have been interesting. Because, like, this time, like, right when I got to 1,000, that's when I wanted to declare. But I guess often I would have been in places, in maps where I steamroll much less. Well, steamroll, we did fine, you know. I don't know if I would call it a steamroll, except that I just did, which means I would. We'll keep it for right now. Just because it's an Imperial seat. I don't expect to need it. We'll make another weapon one. Another armor one. This place we're not really trying to build at, but we're also broke, so we don't need to either. Good. Great, even. That's all there and there and there, and GSZ is looking for a redeploy right now, that's right. Well, I bet he would love to be down here, right? It's been cold so long. And plus, we see the other emperor across the water, and you know who would love to have a brawl with him? Zhao Yun, your boy. And of course, it is time for her to get a better retinue. We'll get it gradually and then suddenly. We want to swap the Lance Cavalry for, oh, we don't even have them. Because I want to have like one unit of these guys. They stomp so hard, the Imperial Lancer Cavalries. Because they have mighty knockback, right? So it's just silly. But, oh, it's all the way down there. It's in the retinue upkeep one, but I wasn't aiming for it. Well, we'll take public order everywhere. That'll help a little bit. Alright, so we need to cancel a building or two. Because I forgot it was spring. Right. The old peasantry income kicking up. And it'll be worth so much to us whenever this event is done. But of course, you know, you gotta be realistic. How much is going to be left in 7 turns when this new dynasty is over? New dynasty effect is over. Alright, we dropped that army. Well, we're gonna re-recruit it next turn. Because that was this turn that we dropped it, right? No, it was last turn. Okay, so we'll redeploy them where... Here and go across the river. Yeah.
心如止水，气聚神凝。
拉弓之时需屏气凝神。
Oh, we didn't move that guy. Well, you know, it's okay.
都是朋友，还请笑纳。
Thank you, Kongrong. This is a much more appropriate marriage. We would be happy to have your daughter marry into our house.
此次会晤收获颇丰。
Isn't it
多谢
nice
阁下
when they offer you something that's acceptable? Oh, jeez. When in Rome, don't. Just don't. Trust me about Rome. Don't do it. Just don't roam. Don't ever roam. Oh, look at that horse! Ebon Prince, come here. Fa Zheng, level 1? Oh, and you're a spy. Well, this dude has a bunch of good stuff, and who did you work for? Ah, the artist formerly known as Liu Chong. Well, you know what that means? You're banished. Mwahahaha. Mwahahaha.
以柔克刚。
It's like that's my idea of being evil, right? We just take their stuff and banish them from the land immediately. I mean, it's not evil, but it's not very. It's not a challenge level of evil, is it? I feel like I've disappointed everyone by not being evil enough. I'm like the Diet Coke of evil.
相信直觉，讨平乱贼，澄清四海，心怀怒火。
Like, I don't know where they ran off to, but we're just gonna pop this.
摆设宴席，欢呼庆祝吧！此城归我军所有了。
And we can give our new beloved daughter all of those things when they show up. Gongsun Shumin, who's married to Zhu Chu, of course. Even though he's off in Cao Cao's army. No, he's not. Where is he? Is he anywhere? With Jian Yong? Yeah, and Sima Yi, that's right. The new blood. We're about to cross the river, speaking of the blood.
破浪长驱。
立马出击，击垮敌军。
We give it one turn of redeployment, and I'm like, you know what? We'll just charge in. We'll be fine.
准备进港。
快去！
And, you know, we were right. Hopefully this way would just take very, very little... You know, with Liu Xie, it's a whole different feeling with the Imperial things. We still have good replen, but, you know, it's
这
not
次加以利用吧。
bonkers, you know. 17% is awesome. It's just, you know, it's no 38.
齐心协力，
为了天下大义，英勇奋战。
用好吧！恕难从命，让他们尝尝怒火。他们再也不敢小瞧我们了。此城归我军所有了。
山形险恶，不宜强登。
It's really annoying that I've got their setup split like that, but what are you gonna do, right? Because I think White Horse Raiders are just better than White Horse Fellows, because the 20 speed is much... Well, I mean, the range does matter. The range could matter, but I think it doesn't. I think you just take the 20 speed, because that's just more impactful for what a Cav Archer wants to do.
尽情厮杀，见识一下我们的激情。承天所助，我军必胜。打起精神来！
吾等大业，天意所归。
I'm like, you know, actually, why don't we...
保存兵力，做好准备。
Like, why don't we go down here to support him?
全军前，告诉众人，我回来了。
谨遵命令。
This army... Oh, so they took this city, and now he's bankrupt, so we had to drop all of those armies to stop being so bankrupt. Well, hard knock life, buddy.
打起精神来！
进攻！
They've got Bastion Artillery. Oh, that'll be fine, though, because we'll be able to bring in reinforcements from the other angle right afterward. And they'll be there. And it looks like Hepu falls to the looters as well. Man, you know, with the bug fix, those previously sort of safe cover corners of the map, they don't seem so safe anymore, right? Pretty rough.
请下命令。杀呀！准备伏击。
Because he's bankrupt. He's in his own lands. He's bankrupt.
此地岂容你胡闹？
Yeah, they, you know, we're not that unrespectable. He's super close to wanting to surrender, right? And that's with all of this land still. But we've been busting up all of his factions, friends, right? And he can't even afford his troops, which makes sense, right? Because he's probably got, like, rebellions going on in here that he can't put down. But, you know, you just hate to hear it about such a proud and good guy. And yet, we got the best part of that faction. Her name's Sunrun. She's right here. She's carrying Lubu's spear. And we haven't used her in battle one single time. But that's okay. We're gonna look. The story still counts of her hanging out with her elephanted husband, and you know they're doing a good stuff. They're having a good old time. They're adopted. You know, they had a couple of nice kids. They had a couple of boys. You know, our faction prospers. The grandchildren are there, and you know, maybe even Zuchu. I mean, he's a little old, but you know, it's a love match. What are you gonna do? All right.
团结一心，
此计着实难行。
稍事休息，路径明晰，准备伏击。
She can't afford too much either, you can tell, because she doesn't have too much. And this is her army. She has the Red Wind bow, so that is the one that was given away from Duosi to the other guy, but she took it off of whoever it was for. Liu Bei tries to run home. We've got all these armies here. He, of course, will not be long for it. This is such a small army now. We know we don't need to stay here and can instead roll down here to Luoyang. Ambush failed, but did it though? Oh, it was the ambush failed, but you still get to give battle. Yeah, you know. Like, it sure looks like the ambush worked if they ran right into us. Actually, really, really messy as a thing here. Shouldn't you? Yeah, you know, you have great stats, but you used to work for Yan Shao, and we have not forgotten.
赐他们死个痛快。
Actually, we've hired plenty of people that used to work for him, but that, you know, Xun Yu would have been giving him advice, and we have not forgotten. Hongji, glorious occasion. Another son is born to Sunrun, and Hantong, our adopted son. And so we have a nice matched set of non-sentinel, non-strategists over here. A nice little yellow, red, and green. It's a nice little setup there. Oh, exactly. Isn't it wonderful? Isn't it good to know that everything will be great for us? Yep. It's because he's so brilliant. It was because I needed somebody that I liked to adopt, that I wanted to marry Sunrun, and I didn't want to marry Zhao Yun to her because I thought we might be able to get Ma Yunlu, you know, and we still might be able to. She works for Wu, but yeah, so that was why, basically. He was the youngest guy in the faction that I liked enough to think I want him to stick around. Because I didn't want to marry her off to a nobody, and I didn't want to adopt a nobody either. But he, you know, was a brilliant and very reliable young man and I felt that he showed, you know, great promise.
恢复原样，上阵杀敌。
All right. So we have a choice to make now, right? Track record of getting attached to generic champions. They're just very good. You know, big armor, so if you forget about them for a bit, they'll be fine. I really like the Earthen Rampart ability. I think it's super good. You can always put them on an elephant, and I think that they're the best to be on an elephant due to their high armor. I mean, you could get like a unique red or yellow with crazy high armor, but I think in general, just getting Earthen Rampart, especially because Binding Fury is sort of duelish, but meh, and Hamstring is just whatever. I think a generic champion is as good as it gets for Elephantine. I'm like, man, if I keep on playing, then we won't do anything else today but this. Is that bad? No, it's not bad. I'll be right back. I'm going to take a little break, and we'll be right back for more of this. Alright. Who's down? Alright. So, to battle! To war! We're here with our real army, of course. It advises we're gonna have a Pyrrhic victory. I don't know what they're talking about. Nice open battlefield, very minimal resistance possible. gonna shoot them. You want a brawl? Yeah, I accept.
看我取你首级！
Honor should forbid that we accept, but these guys are bored. You know, they've been fighting so long without anybody fighting back, and they want a brawl. We're gonna run up with the lady of the house, hit that sick debuff on them, and ride right back out. Not like our boys needed any help. They were gonna beat the brakes straight off without it. Mounted Saber Militia. Getting low here. Now, the thing about Cav is, if they get the charge, they get like a big morale boost, right? Like 14. So sometimes if you think, what happens with me, I'm like, oh, they're about to, you know, break, I should charge into them. But actually what happens is when you make contact, they get a big boost, which we're going to do it here anyway. You want to brawl? Yeah, let's go. But here we just roll merrily along. Yeah, and you know, and they're locked in here with me.
这是无胆鼠辈。
I love the Cav Archers. If Motung started somewhere else. Like where Gongsun Zan does. Or even like right next to Nanmen would be fine. I guess it wouldn't take too much effort to get your butt over there, but he doesn't start right there. Of course, we have all of these lands over here in the west because of Liu Bei, who ended up with a lot of them, and even more than we got. Like, he had the stuff in like Fuling, and like we traded it off to Liu Yan because I didn't want to try to defend it. Right, I wanted to worry about the stuff with the kingdoms. Although it would have been interesting to try to defend all of it. I mean, yeah. A resolve assumes an archer can use all his ammo on a skirmisher. Yep. I think maybe that, but I think what it does is it classifies skirmishers and archers appropriately for like how you would do it intelligently, but not for how you'll use it in a battle, right? So it says a skirmisher isn't gonna die to the red cavalry until whatever, but it does say a skirmisher will eat all the damage from the archers. And the skirmisher has 1/4 of the thing, so it'll say maybe, you know, maybe they shoot at the same time, but every archer is 4 times as good at dealing with the horse archer due to the unit sizes, right? And if they assume that they get to fire the ammo, then the horse archer would die so much quicker. Yuan Yao, you're execute.
留着他们也是累赘。
You're a thief, and you know what that means. She's frivolous, friendly, determined, and obstinate, and you can work for me someday. No, you don't want to work for me now. You don't work for anyone.
这回
Chop.
不能手下留情
Gongsun
了。
Zan sympathizes not at all, and we will recruit them into our army. Roar. Naked and violent, Zuchu has taken his clothes off after a duel one more time. You know, who can avoid doing it? It's, you know, it's gonna make a good story afterward, and sometimes you gotta dance.
大义在我，无人能敌。教训一下他们。随我来。
Now we're not just gonna go on a pure execute spree, but for anyone we don't, you know, have a reason to somewhat want to keep around. Like, Lu Su is very good at Go, and I respect that. I think it's cool that we still remember that. I think it's cool that the game tells me that so that I know, so we'll keep him around. However, she is just like a preacher and has nothing of value to steal.
他们对天下毫无裨益可言。吾等需要精兵良将。
And they control the river. We can't get there. I mean, we could get on the river and then hop up, but we're kind of beat up. Better to
陷
just...
阱已设下。保存体力。
I will say a quality of life thing that's real nice is being able to go into ambush stance and move without having to swap the stances around. I feel like, was that just in 3? I don't remember it being in 2. Warhammer 2, I mean to say.
恢复原样。
Like, why am I over here messing with these looters? I mean, tradition, mostly. Tradition. Tradition. We totally don't need this to be at the level it is. Oh, he's all the way over there. Right, we're going up to Red Cliff.
杀！
Which is not chibi, like I always say. It's more like chirby or something like that, right? Like there's like a... I don't know how to describe words. I do know that I heard someone say it in a video, and I was like, yeah, that's gotta be way closer than me saying like what I believe is the Japanese word for kind of cute. But I think it means a specific kind of cute, rather. Not just sort of cute. Anyway, I digress. But not very effectively, given that I don't know how to say the word. Y'all know I can't talk.
为了天下苍生，释放
But
怒火吧！
over on this side, we continue to roll up Liu Bei. So he has now threaded the gap there. Do I have somebody here to catch him? Entertainingly not. Is the army strong? Entertainingly not. Well then, you know what? Let's just throw the Southerners up into it.
切莫动摇。
The old folk of the South will appear here. You know, they were on vacation. We gave them hundreds of white horses to ride around with, and you know, obviously she doesn't have an elephant anymore. She'll be okay.
非暴虐
She has
诸侯之天
quite
下
good abilities, right? We'll give her a warglaive. We're not giving him the good sword, you know, that's got to go to the kid. Who might never use it? Yes. Yes. No. The Ebon Prince and the red hair. We'll leave Shadowrunner for Cao Cao. We're not going to take his horse away. Have we actually tried to run the elephant yet? No, I haven't tried the elephant at all yet. For all you know, she special keeps her actives. Yeah, that's a good point. No, I have not tried her on the elephant. I immediately took it away and gave it to Hontong. Who is... the Sunrun, so he doesn't really need the elephant right now, and I guess we can try it out. We can put her on an elephant. I don't know. Can't take away Huntong's elephant. He loves that elephant. Sure, it's got her name on it, but...
想问点什么？
Go upside down just a little bit, just to stabilize for what, like one more turn. Yeah, it says disables it. In honor abilities, it specifically does say, you know, disabled. It's got the tag. Not on elephant. And not on elephant. And, you know, I just assumed that because the mod is so well made and everything does what it says, that those would be, you know, true as well. But could be that they give her all of the things, but I just, you know, because I don't think she's a particularly good elephant character. Because this is fine, it gives her the range block chance and stuff, but that's just like her, right? I don't think that goes to like the map or anything. She is supposed to not ever get married, though. She's the unwed warrior. I'll keep that in mind. She's a champion. Her armor's very weak. She has 25 armor. It's so like normally champion armor, you know, you're ranging much higher than that. You can get like 70 on a generic green. Sure, it makes her unbreakable, but I think that just generic hardened iron shell or whatever is sets them above her. And I think the ignore the earthen rampart because of being the elephant, and if you forget or something that someone's charging you, I think it actually is pretty good for that as well. I believe in the common champion, okay? I don't believe in the common commander. I believe in the common vanguard and the common champion. And I believe, as you have taught me to believe, in the noble and glorious Bandit Sentinel. Whether or not I ever get to Poison Volley, I believe that they could get it. And that's enough. Because man, oh man, as you said, like, when I was first playing the game, you're like, if you just do it, then you'll see. Alright, the tag, we'll just deal with, I'm like, it's not worth 5,000 a turn to not have a couple of rebellions. We'll deal with it. And if they take a city, then we'll deal with that too. We haven't even faced him in battle yet. Right? Like, we haven't even faced him in battle yet. Commander makes a good faction leader, usually are. Yeah, their lower line can be quite wonderful. Getting a bonus assignment is a really good air thing, right? Just like, that's good. And then, you know, the starting rank is fine. And then the old flexibility is incredibly good. You know, both for... Because this is the rare thing where they're good, like, for, like, macro level stuff and for army level stuff there, with the replenishment being really important in the early game if you end up close to it. But I feel like the redeployment in the early game, depending on who you are, you know, if you don't have some bonuses for it, it'd be rough. But we haven't had like a single battle on the battlefield with the brothers, but we're just not doing that, you know. Our incredibly long siege with the girls sated my desire for spending a super long time in a siege and with a minor faction.
天下统一又进一步。
还是有些用处。
Say, generally speaking, the least valuable character types of Vanguard. I don't know about that. They're bad administrators, and most of their assignments are bad except the situational ones for, like, mustering and stuff, at least from what I've looked at. But Flames of the Phoenix is extraordinarily good, especially in the early game, right? And Roar is bonkers good, too. They're probably the single two most impactful abilities in a battle at level 1 that you can have. I'm struggling to... Wisdom of the River is super strong too. But, I mean, Poison Volley. Poison Volley and Hualong's ability accepted. But, like, as a generic thing... And then, as they level up, they become incredibly quick also, and they get a lot of access to things to make Shock Cav really quite good. But I often find myself wishing for a commander just for their abilities to help out. But when you have your early game interactions, and you just have your Cav versus Cav, and then you run in one of your heroes, if that hero has Flames of the Phoenix... You kill like 8 of them and then they'll all run away. But yeah, macro definitely bad. You know, they don't do anything for you out in the world except be the best at fighting. For a little while. And they also, like, they get Mighty Knockback in a better place in the tree. Because if you start with Roar, then you get Mighty Knockback. And if you start with Flames, then you get Reach. And so either way, that's really good. If you start with Final Rush, then you reroll and get a different Vanguard. I don't believe in Final Rush. It's a fine ability. It's not fine to start with. You know, it doesn't do what you need it to do.
开战！
砥砺内心。
怒吼吧！大义将临，
I
莫
think
敢不
they
从。
did. You say they did a good job, but I think without seeing what you say, you know, certainly there's a weakness in how some of the stats are not very valuable at all in certain circumstances, like how authority. I mean, it gives you morale, which is good. Maybe I'm underselling authority in general. I mean, I guess they're all fine. I mean, really, a resolve is weak, even though that one's awesome and it gives you a ton of health. Public artifacts are more valuable and made them less mad when you fire them than to make them MP administrators. Yeah. It would be, you know, it fits lorefully, right? Lore, the lore of history. And the real world too, right? Currently, humans are always the same, you know. People often like their jobs and are proud of them, and if you kick them out of them, even for a good reason, they're likely going to remember it. Especially if you do it unceremoniously, like, hey, get out of here. You know, sure, you were the governor of this province and you were really doing a good job, but now I want you to go deal with these rebels over here, because you do a good job of it. Yeah, I know you were comfortable. I don't care. You know? Who wouldn't be mad? So you just put on your hat again. Yeah, like... That's the thing, I wish... Because they wanted to have assignments and administrators different, but I almost wish there was some, like, miniature assignment for an administrator to go on, you know, that they could only do in their own commandery. But that would just make admins even better. Not that that would be bad, you know. Dao Chun levels up. We get this because getting across to Grace. Well, no, we go across the top because that's even more important. It's just one, and it probably doesn't matter anyway. We might never see the battlefield. But hey, Cao Cao wants to hang out with his deadly beauty wife, and Zhao Hudun is just on for the ride. Administrative focus, right? Yeah. Exactly, and they provide the army. They're super strong, but it's only when they're not being attacked, right? When they're not doing the benefits of being a free garrison that you feel weakened. So it's like the better you play, the less influential their garrisons feel. Liu Biao here, Yujin. If I get those swords, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take them.
协力出击！我等心怀忠贞，才有此胜。现在来尽情庆贺吧！向前进军！
绝不动摇。
Don't know just until you don't have it. Yeah, there. You could just be running around with cavalry with like 140 speed between all of your bonuses, and you are just acting, if you're me, like you're chilling on the field, and then you have your other army, and you're like, wait, what happened to me? Why am I getting caught out? Everything feels sluggish, you know, and you're like, oh, it happened again. I don't have the same abilities. It happens to me all the time. I'm like, this is a sentinel, and that means they're just like Zhao Yun when you fight. Wrong. Although Gongsun Zan might have more more duels under his belt than Zhao Yun at this point. It's possible. I don't think so, though. He had a lot of them.
绝不动摇。
考虑一下，听你怎么答复。
I mean, we didn't fight him personally, but now he's presented us with the offer. We know he's bankrupt. And after all, we have had all the joy of this gameplay, and a huge part of this was the mid-game, right? Even after we became Emperor, that was just like a juiced mid-game where we used very few Imperial units, just the crossbows, just a couple of times, to great effect. So that was nice. And then we could still fight the non-men and stuff. You know, a little bit. Yeah, you know, that's, yeah. Yeah. Fight the non-men with twice as much power on the cavalry. It's like what every campaign I do ends up being, right? No matter what, we just try to somehow get Sansa into our faction, and then But I mean, what are you gonna do? It's the best thing in the game. Or probably is. I don't know. Well, I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we've already fought Wu's armies, right? We didn't fight him personally. We didn't really fight any of their great champions, but they don't really have that many, right? We took Sun Run away. I mean, Cheng Pu's out there. There's a bunch of awesome people in Wu, right? But when you look at like the Wei and the Shu Han and the Yan Shao roster, you know, there's a bunch of heavy hitters in the Dong Zhuo roster, you know. We already fought like a bunch of the heavy hitters that are around. You wish they had more competition. Yeah, like around in their area with them, you know, because sure we didn't have organized, you know, tribes here, but like, yeah. It seems like if you don't aggressively attack them, they're just going to get up there. Which is fine, you know, because at least you have somebody to fight who's definitely going to be strong, who has great bonuses, and who, you know, will have pretty defensible land. I mean, here it's just that he was so poor and we're not. And we're, yeah. Well, you know, he's too broke to carry on, right? We accept and win. Or crash. I'm not sure what's happening, actually.
行了，说完了。
Yeah, he had everything. He had everything down there.
快去！
No minor factions hold up. No little things going on.
皆由兵刃
We
和
win!
鲜血所
Huzzah!
写。诸侯包藏乱心，天下不堪再受其乱。
A very, very, very long mid
接
game.
连征战，只为向诸侯宣告。
Feels great. It's the best part of the game, in my opinion.
他的对手都被
I'd
铁
said
蹄踏
in a
破。
previous playthrough that, you know, playing at Duke was a lot of fun, and maybe we should play at Duke longer, and then we did. Alright, well, he gets his 15 duels. Favorite character. Look, it's your boy. Yeah, so we had 30 total duels. Zhao Yun did 15 of them. Gongsun Zan probably did like 7. So given how obsessively you always hunt for him, I guess he is your favorite character. Yeah, I was trying to let the story unfold, right? So when I saw Liu Xie, I didn't drop everything to try to make sure we could get her by, you know, like force confederating or anything. No, it was after the initial part where we were a little too nice to the people, you know, we tried to do the good Gongsun Zan stuff. But yes, leaves as the Empire dissolves. Victory complete. 148. Unified China. Zhu Yu just showed up in autumn 211. That's not the timeline, is it? Thought he was supposed to show up before all that. He's on with looters, nice. And Jutai. You're banished from the land! You know, we even remembered eventually to get our kid married off. Not enough time to see our grandchildren grow up to fight, but enough time to get them there, you know? So we're really doing all right. So yeah, so that's, this is what Wei looked, or Wu looked like, rather. It looked like a huge amount of very low-level settlements. I guess they probably just took most of those pretty recently, but yeah, that's rough. Well, I mean, not all this is low. And then, of course, yeah, because the yellow... Oh, right. The yellow turbans came in, and even if their place wasn't built, like, perfectly well, that would have started wiping them out. So much for especially to kill the corruption mid-game and get involved. Ah, yes, indeed. Ma Yunlu.
我的目标十分明确。
Married to Han Zhen. Ridiculous. Let's get the world set right, shall we? And glorious day, blessed day, harmonious day, Zhao Yun and his wife can finally be united. Yeah, and 11 turns after the founding of the new dynasty. We roll it all up. Chengpu. Bandit
威武
killer.
不屈，我军必胜。
稍事休息。
挫其睿智。
大人有何打算？大人，有话直说。
大人光临乃是荣幸之至。
There's a difference between low treasury and very high treasury in the late game. Yeah, you know, we took the 20 hit by annexing Liu Bei. I mean, it was totally worth it, right? Just for the joy of getting to fight that one big long siege with the girls, the only time we get to use them. Totally worth it. And to put us in a great position, like, overall. We're just gonna say, make it work, buddy.
对我们来讲，独立也只能是一种奢侈。
And we do.
有必要吗？
Like, what if we give you a guarantee of autonomy, friend?
到此为止了。那就快点吧。
Alright, so what we do is adopt a woman. Yeah, we adopt a woman. Any woman. Not Lady True, because she's the free-spirited unwed heroine, you know. We gotta respect the game. Dongwei's already kind of related to us. Can we formally adopt her more? She's already married, probably. Not that that would stop us from... But the Ma family might be intermarried to ours by this point. We can't marry him in. Ah, I see. Not from the Zhao Yun marriage, but from a different thing, right? Seems like it always happens that way. Yeah, well, it's just that... well, they have a bunch of kids, right, immediately. Even without this mod, right? You know, because they have the twin sons or whatever. And just due to the way that marriages work with all of the you know, because, like, the Dong family, decently large, right? And the Yuan family, so large. And as soon as anybody marries into the Yuan family anywhere, then it cascades in, right? And I think that's what usually is the course. I really wish you could click on a person and see their whole family tree besides your leader. I think that would be fascinating stuff.
我可没心情。
看我飘飘长髯，变成万口心柄如意。
今日此战，乃是大义之胜，我们可养不起他们，坚如盾牌，势如利刃。
某出征多日，唯愿城中诸事安好。
But, yeah. We never use the elephant. And I want to. What's the best chance we have of using the elephant? We don't need Liu here, right? Because we don't need Imperial Palace Cav. I mean, actually, they're good. They don't fire while moving, but there's twice as many of them. Yeah, we'll just go up this way and look for a fight.
正在行军。
向前推进！
白马奔腾，
保持原样。吾等大业，天意所归。砥砺内心，心怀荣耀。
稍事休息。
杀！
What to change about the Namen to make them more replayable? Oh, it's tough to say. Because... yeah, that would have to be what it is, right? Because... with how much everyone just straight despises you, it's not even like you can play well, play people against each other, assist in wars, like, just, like, being able to take a mercenary contract, like, having one of them being able to take merc contracts would have been awesome, right? Go around the world with your menagerie of great monsters and your heroes, you know, because instead of like Lu Bu with his kill list or whatever, you know, you could adventure to certain, you know, places, you know, and like mountains or natural places. That could be cool, you know, and it would inspire you. You could learn new abilities or whatever. That could be a cool campaign, right? Even though that would be more of like a boutique thing as opposed to the Namen in general. But broadly, it's just that in the early game, all you can do is deal with non-men, right? Unless you're, like, maybe, what, like Shamoka, right, who's all the way over on the side? Or, yeah. But, fundamentally, you have to unify the tribes, so that's just what you do. So you spend the early game fighting just your own faction, when that would be the most interesting time to be fighting Han, when you didn't have all of your stuff together yet. And then, by the end... your lands are so brutal for them that it's like the beginning of it is only dealing with non-men, and then by the middle you probably got to try kind of hard to lose, which is fine, but Mulu starts over there. Yeah, okay. But then that's the thing too, is if you ignore the non-men, then you are dramatically weaker, like basically forever. Because, again, it's all part of, like, how the faction is well designed to represent what it is, which is, you know, the tribal culture that's not able to leverage the populations outside of their culture for economic benefit in the way that the Han are. Whatever reality that leverage takes. Leverage can get pretty real sometimes. Like, the looters chase me away. I don't feel like fighting them. I just don't. I was like, oh no, it is just one of these Shi. Emily, not the rash judge, a different one. He was very old. He was 71. The complacent administrator. Well, so long. How do you feel about joining up? Dong Bai has a son. Good for her. We will... Chu there. Do.
下执于地，上参于天。
And this campaign had some good fights, some great stories going on, just like really medium tier play from me too. I feel like I had a lot to be proud of, you know. Definitely finally learning some of the mechanics a little bit more. Still got plenty to learn, of course. Crushing defeat. Like about avoiding crushing defeats. So I think your favorite campaign was the Dong Zhuo one. Liu Bei. Those were both good. This one was very smooth. It felt smooth the whole time. yeah, that Dongzhuo campaign was wonderful, and
万民之声，不
because
可
that would
小
have
觑。
been our first make them unique, I think. Yeah, I think.
不能再消耗物资开
And
呀。
so, you know, like the fun of doing all of it with like having Liu Xie there and having father and daughter running around, and then like all the little stories with Sansa and Dong Bai, like that was a blast, right? That was a lot of fun.
威武不屈。
In terms of like how the story went in the campaign, this one was fine. Like, you know, nothing like incredibly
我
cool,
等
but
以
like,
设宴庆贺
you。know, in terms of gameplay smoothness, a lot to be proud of. But like,
目标明确。
it didn't have like very many of the emergent moments like that Dongzhuo campaign did, where, you know, playing against type ended up working out so joyfully and interestingly in the long run. But the White Horse Fellows are very, very good. Or Raiders. The Fellows are fine. I keep calling them the Fellows. The Raiders are the better ones. Because they are cheaper. Because his effect is 25 recruitment costs. Oh, for ranged cavalry. I thought it was less. I thought it was just the. Oh, that's why the Imperial Palace cavalry were cheaper, too. Wow. Okay. Yeah. There you go. So that actually is the rare specific thing that I thought was. But and then, okay, like I'm just looking at it for the first time. Good for him. I don't know why I thought it was just like his units, because that was how it was in the last one. You know, Gongsun Zan got to ride around on red hair. You know, and yeah, we just,
开战，
you know, won repeatedly.
撤退。
奋力一战。
But yeah, you know, we've come here for one reason and one reason only. For Gongsun Zan to try to duel Shimoka and see if he can win. Now you might think, that's madness, he won't win. He could though. He could though. Monster economy is a bit stronger than the game. It doesn't still hard. Yeah, there's definitely a few points where the Namen just turn on. Yeah. And his wife's just gonna be there to give him the old wisdom of the river. Just totally disgusting overkill. This is what it's all about, though, right? This is why we play the game. I just love her so much. But not enough to keep her alive. tigers, yeah, my Chabot! My girl! You're here! You know, I even know her name. Can't say it right, but I know it. You get one Nanzhong champion so that you can break the shield and then realize you don't do a lot of range damage and it may not matter. I'm like, oh, I still had it in slow motion. I'm like, man, this is taking a while. Anyway. But let's shoot. I'm like, I just want to duel Shimoka. Man, this is a big map. It is a big map.
快集合兵力，将军有难，急需救援。
Very well, I accept. Glorious day. Protect the son of the emperor. And if you want to see how to cheat a duel, it looks like this. Sportsmanlike. So your mileage may vary. You're not supposed to duel Shimoka, but this is how to do it. I mean, I knew it would be fine. Yeah, because even stuff like the tigers, which are so cool, they're so expensive. That, like, I should have gotten rid of them earlier. I remember, you know, that was a while ago. It was a lot of campaigns. Not a long time ago, but a long campaigns ago. And I definitely, I definitely should have gotten rid of the tigers earlier. I just didn't want to. Because they're so expensive. They're very cool. But I'm sure if I would have had, you know, like the Wuling Sword Fighters, whatever, well, that's a worse example. Wuling Sword Fighters are actually a unit that I really do believe in bringing one of. I think they... Cause, dude, let me tell you, I get beat up by them all the time. Lady Jurong, I'm sorry to do this to you. But not that sorry. They've killed my wife. Chabot's just having a time. But as you see, non-men are essential. All you need are fire arrows to ignore most of the battlefield, to cheat a duel, and also to bring 2 armies. No, I mean, we could have done it anyway. It's just a messy map, and we could do it aggressively the way we did it, so that's why we did it. Otherwise, you know, there's a fair amount of shields there we would have needed to pay attention to. Oh, the Wuling fighters, they could have done something. And that's even without zeal, my man. I hadn't seen that one yet. I might have just glossed over it. It's called Love Struck. Apparently, when they get married, they can fall in love which makes them too happy and they don't learn as well anymore. You know, they lose some experience gain because they're always thinking about their happiness. So good for him. He got married like ages ago, but I guess maybe he's also like, is she love struck? She's just fine. She's relentless, trusting, and enigmatic. You can start with that and be single. Ah, well, you know, that makes sense too. You know, you don't always need to be with someone to be desperately, terribly, and unalterably in love. Let me tell you, you sure don't. Oh yeah, so that's funny. Yeah, the that would have been the arranged marriage. So the mother, this is back when we were just like a lower level thing, right? But Hu Jinting, she was, you know, the prime minister equivalent or whatever. Not PM, but whoever was there getting the she had the excellency position. And then she brought the marry the kid event with the faction council, and I was like, oh, an arranged marriage. And then that's where his happy marriage and life came from, is from the wise matchmaking of his mother. No doubt her plan all along. Catch him a catch. Enemy ambush failed. What? Oh. Okay. Cool. Anybody want to brawl? Anybody want to you tough? Alright, we can go and provoke them, and then they will duel me. Oh, he just wants to duel anyway. Yeah, let's just go ahead and get that done then. Come on, let's go. Oh goodness, Zuchu's getting totally tuned up. We need to get in here in time to reduce. There we go. I forgot he's just like level 3. He'll still probably be fine. He might not. It might work out. No fire. Zuchu uses his ability, knocks him over. Gives him a little. No! It looks like we're just straight losing this, huh? Well, we didn't try really hard to set it up, and I guess we thought it was just gonna go differently. Yeah, we're just straight losing this battle. Nah, not just losing it. Can we pull it back together here? We should try. Eyes on the elephants. Him here. Simi got beat up real badly. Doesn't mean he can't do anything, though. Slingers, elephants. Elephants. Choose ability to have armor. Yes, should have done. The White Horse Raiders have 450 charge, and we're running away from them. Probably because as soon as we fight anything, we crumble, but you know. Wow, you know, we charge into the wolf pack in trees. I don't know what we expected to happen. Anyway.
我军士兵丢盔弃甲，真懦夫也！
我方战士正在溃逃。
Man, rough. Okay, they have a billion morale. 65. 82. Yeah, that's incredibly rough. That's I don't even know if we would have been able to beat them with good play. 80 morale on the... Yeah, that's bonkers. I mean, we probably could have beat him if we played right. But that... I mean... That's nuts. $80 morale is so much. That's like... You're the player and it's the end of the game morale.
此次失败，我难逃其咎。再战下去后，
Like, I didn't even know they were around, right? Cool, he gets released. Well... Simi, you should know better. You're banished! Sushu, you can stay.
"一起博取无尽功名吧！你自找的。
Dongyin has finally fallen. Kaohsiung? Yeah, yeah. I guess, because he would be Dao Ying's brother. Maybe, and then he married in. Because she wasn't married to him, it's just... I guess they just adopted him in and gave him the sword and everything, and just didn't have an heir. Yeah, because Dong Bai came over to us because we forced him to send it over with an event. Probably, yeah. And now he's carrying the plate of Shangyu. Good for him. It's like such a good army. I mean, if we had a balanced army with trebuchets, it'd be fine, you know, because you just crack the champions, and then, you know, you use your stationary archers to shoot the wolf pack, and you're fine. But, you know, if you want to be cute and bring a full crummy non-fire arrow stack, then you lose.
大人，愿一切安好。
大人有何吩咐？
I mean, then you lose. So we've already won the game, right? We just need to continue on the path to glory, right?
追寻荣耀。
统一行进。
好的，请讲。匹夫之剑，不可理喻。出发。
Missions are actually reasonable.
疯了吧？
一统天下。
I was thinking like 200 Imperial favor if you're not Cao Cao could be really interesting, right? But if you are Cao Cao, I assume you would just... Or if you're not interacting with him, he would just become king very quickly, right? It's like, by the way, have you considered having everything?
满怀信念，奋力一战。
开战！
We'll take their air again, you know. We'll just make everything there weird. Hey, Dong Bai's husband. Who's 51? Yu Biao's son?
消灭他们！鼓起勇气，为了天下大义。他们再也不敢小瞧我们了。此诚甚善，先收下了。
为了天下大业，吾有要事与谋士商议。
悉心节约，待时而发。
一统天下。
This one has the hair down superior. None of this matters. Just treading water. Nah, I just want to use the elephant.
我方提议在此，请过目。
And he'll become our vassal. Yes.
你我都说完了。
大杀四方吧！不可能这样做。
I don't know. Maybe we're not going to find an opportunity to use the
天下
elephant.
统一又进一步，
I mean, we could
此
do like
城
and a
归我军
siege,
所有
but
了。
yeah. Well, I think you cap at 70% corruption, no matter what. Because everywhere I check, it's always 70. Oh, I have characters that reduce it. Because Zalpi's got 10. Yeah. And then a lot of buildings that reduce it, right? Yeah, 'cause 70 there. Well, not here we don't.
摆好阵势，准备出击。
Anyway, what are we doing here?
请下命令。
我的耐心
Taking
也是
shoe is
有
what we're
限的
doing. I remember.
向前进军。
And avoiding a yellow and turban emperor.
为了天下苍生，
112%. Yikes.
今日此胜，乃承天之恩泽，都是为各自信念而战罢
All
了。
right.
怒吼吧！
And we fight them to try to capture them in battle.
万民之声，
And
不
then
可小觑。
we absorb Liu Biao for tremendous cleverness.
谨遵命令。
振作起来，做好准备，讨伐敌军。
呀！
大义在我，无人能敌。教训一下他们，讨平乱贼，澄清四海。怒吼吧！
And in just a turn, the public order will be fine
心
again.
如明镜，无往不利。开战！
正在行进。
Yeah, yeah, we already won. Sometimes you wanna like, cause I just expected a little bit more fight, right? But we were too ready, and even though they had all this land, you know, I mean, he made the right choice. You know, we do have a reputation.
谁在叫我？
大
Wait, really? 20% melee damage for the whole army? Well, you do have to have both pieces. Base damage on people. Ah, well, yeah. The kind of thing that's only good if your stuff isn't good. Or that would be good if you had it at the very beginning of the game to be an edge, but you only get it later.
你我之盟维持不住了。
Shinku gets to be an elder,
为了天下大义，
and everybody laughed at him.
正义必胜。我等应设宴庆贺，
Because the weapon was good,
满怀信念。
so really just having that on there, like that's very solid. Hey, Limtrix. So your brother called you Stinky?
我
I
等
was
心
always
怀忠
calling
贞
my
才有
dog
此胜。
Stinky. He stinks right
现在来
now.
尽情
That's alright.
庆贺
He's a
吧。
good dog. I'm sure your brother is good, even if he calls you Stinky.
路径明晰，
向前进军。我已归来，百姓是否安好？
稍事休息。
Minghuo's like real proud of himself.
只得如此。
Like, why'd they leave? Oh, because they hate us. You say, what does that mean? Oh, you shouldn't ask that. They'll probably tell you. Alright, so yeah, we're just gonna keep on rolling, and now I can increase taxes. Are we gonna get rebellions everywhere? No, just in one way. Well, we can just go here for a turn or two, and then things will get better. Like, oh, that one doesn't give you any public order. Training camps don't. You know, why don't we just... Guess can't speed it up, that's alright. What am I doing here? Putting down rebellions after we've won.
下旨于地，上参于天。谨遵命令。
又是你这厮！
Alright, Much has the air, so we wouldn't be able to grab him from a battle even.
关某必将威震华夏。这些贼兵人人得而诛之，
Have to turn on, yeah. With our one spy slot and our lack of understanding. Yeah.
战争不可。
绝不留情，上阵杀敌。坚韧不拔，必将战无不胜。
遇事三思，其志可限。一往无前。
这样行不通，一往无前。
上阵杀敌，浪费时间，勇夺荣耀。我们奋勇杀敌，但仍心怀荣耀。打起精神来！
开战！
Next total campaign should be Warhammer 3 now that tide's going on. Yeah, I would break a trade agreement. What? You're gonna survive on just dirt? That does sound interesting. Not very healthy. I assume you mean in Minecraft. Still sounds like quite a challenge.
烈火燎原！国君如有天助，气焰大盛。
It's like I sit and I'll look at my Steam library, and it's so expansive. I have so much games and so much to look at. So many games. That's two ways to say the sentence, and I chose one that wasn't either of them. And then I'll just like play the same thing anyway. I don't know what it is in me that's so prone to obsession, but it certainly exists.
准备开战吧！还是贸易赚钱快。我等已达成目的。
Age of Wonders 4, nice. Been like, I'm like, maybe I should play Heroes of Might and Magic 3 because I have it like in my list and I look at it all the time and I'm like, oh, I don't know. And Zhongfu, after decades hanging out in that gate pass, is like, oh, finally, there's somebody we can fight. And he immediately moves out and takes some land. And very proud we are of him. And Haman gets taken out. And a son is born to Juchu and our daughter, so that is very good. Happy day. You know, that's really why we're still around, right? Is to turn into a doting grandfather
大势已定。不杀此等贼人，天下凶乱之徒必将由而效之。不杀此等贼人，天理不容。
前进！
为了天下大业，
Time Mouse over here in Wuling. This is where he lives now. Good for him.
扫平宇内，
释放怒火吧！大义将临，莫敢不从。
No, I thought a couple of times of doing like it's called Skyblock, right? In Minecraft, but I always think, that sort of seems like it would be a lot of just waiting. And while I don't mind doing the same thing all the time, just waiting, you know.
做好准备，正在行进。
我们携手共进吧，这对你我都有利。
And all our other vassals are mad. And somebody sicked some looters on us. Don't push on. How could you? She works for Saimao now. That's how she could. And our son and Kongrung's daughter. His child. Wonderful. Wonderful. Look how wonderful. Look at the grand tree. Oh, it's another champion. Of course, and then the Han children here. They're Sunrin's kids. They're all part of the family, too. Good stuff. Like someone with a trebuchet could do this right now.
养兵千日，用兵一时。见识一下我们的激情。
Alright, I wonder...
乱军终于得以平息。
Then we haven't seen hide nor hair of him the whole run. We haven't seen either one of them. Not one time. Not in the pool. Not on the battlefield. I haven't even noticed one in someone else's retinue. They may not exist in this timeline. Not one time. The path to glory. We did it. We get slightly more income, population, and public order for taking 6 things very far-flung all across the world. First time we ever did it, though. Good for me.
到此为止了。
Oh, that was my tongue's flag, not Saimao's flag. They do look pretty similar, right? Ish. I mean, I'm sure not the character on them. Alright, I can definitely tell them apart if I look at them. But from far away, if I'm just glancing, they sort of look kind of like they're the same flag-ish. You know, pinkish kind of thing, white character in the middle, kind of. I was like, is that him? Nope, that's Winchell. Firebrand. And you know why we're getting him, of course. to take away his stuff and then banish him from the land. I prefer Wei-Yan, I think. Because Dianwei has that ability that builds up. I just don't think it's that advantageous comparatively. Yeah. We built the headquarters of military command in the military supply town. Look at me. Alright, well. Anyway, well, that's anticlimactic, isn't it? Untrustworthy? How could they say that about me? That annexation was so long ago. Speaking of, we never guarantee the autonomy.
虽然心怀悲怨，但我们别无他途。
I just wanted to see if she was here. So Yan's still here. Oh well.
那就快点吧。
I'm actually kind of tired. Oh, well, it's the 6th hour of this stream, which means I've probably been streaming 10 hours today or something. Anyway, yeah. This is a terrible way to end a campaign video, right? If we would have ended when we actually won. Ah, well, you know. I had fun chattering along and seeing the considerable limitations of our fighters.
快去！
正在行军。
吾等耐性有限。
Like, Liu Zhong's still there? He always gets upset.
休想再对我们作威作福。
Anyway. What are the chances that we get one last good hurrah here? If we go this way, probably pretty high. You can give him this. No, the melee evasion won't work. You need something to give him armor. I mean, it might work. I don't think it works, though. The Celestial Sword. There you go, buddy. Carry that around. You know what? You know, maybe if we had done more of the battles instead of autoing them, I would have stopped a while ago. I don't know.
每打赢一场，天下就安定一分。
Yeah, I'm just drained. You know, the campaign was already done. We had that tremendous siege with the girls. That was awesome. Yeah, I mean, what's not to love, right? I just dragged it out too long. But yeah, just an awesome, awesome campaign. Super smooth. And declaring actually had a lot to do with that, right? Because we were constantly eyeing the economy rather than having to spend too much of it fighting too many foes at a time. You know, we kicked the Emperor to the curb. If we'd been playing my normal style, you know, it would have been a little smoother-ish, maybe. But, I mean, largely, we would have done almost everything we did, just, like, executing slightly fewer people, right? We probably wouldn't have popped Liu Bei. Which, we got red hair, like, from beating him in battle, not from the execution. Which... I feel like most of the Gongsun Zan battles happened before then, but that was like right when we were taking the Emperor, so that was, you know, turn 100, so it makes sense it would be, you know, there, because a lot happens in the 15 turns after you declare yourself emperor. And while theoretically we could keep on playing, I don't think we'll return to this this campaign. A very satisfying ending, you know. We've got a big happy family. All sorts of grandchildren. Zuchu, our smiling son-in-law. Good stuff. And we even married Cao Cao off to Diao Chen. You know, we got him a divorce and found him a new wife. So that's good. You know, that's exactly what he would want, right? I wonder how long we're going to have to play this game until we can get the 5 Tiger Generals. No, I might even be able to do it on that one with Liu Bei repainting the map. I could just like wait and wait and wait for one of them to maybe show up in the thing. Hey, Cao Bing! Speaking of Cao Cao and Dao Chan's marriage, a joyous day for them. She's 41. Oh, good for her. But, yeah. I was like, oh no, oh, it's just this guy who's a murderer? Yeah. He's a 69-year-old murderer. That's just what he did for a living. Died not doing what he loved. He was a reformed guy. But yeah, you know, this is, how many times am I going to say we're stopping? No. Because we want to fight right here. That's right. This will be the final battle. And they're encamped. Well, we'll get to use the elephant. Okay, we'll get to use the elephant. And they're even far away from the trees, so we won't get miasma. Perfection.
顽强不屈。挺住！起武器！发矢车！换箭齐发！
听我号令！
157 speed. Pretty rough. But of course, if you catch the Nonmen encamped far from their forests, then you're going to be having a good time.
时机已至。
引队解散。
我
And he's unbreakable too from some other ability, not from the elephant, right? Yeah. One of his innate traits. So he even is like perfect, right? He's so much better at riding the elephant than old girl is. No, not so much. He's just merely better. Because Gore's like Binding Fury, and Stomp's like Flames of the Phoenix, and Trumpet's like Roar, so it gives you the 3 melee abilities, right? And Sunren's hysterical ability just reaches out and deletes. Of course, we didn't even use it on the dangerous one. None of them are dangerous. That's not fair. Mengcho's dangerous. And it's just a 15-second cooldown, which is just so nutty. We run our elephant right in, and then they all start running away. Good. Might of the Valley do so much damage. If they get to do damage. Because, yeah, with 70 armor on them and all that hit points, you can just ignore them for a while. It's not smart to, but you can. This isn't even the best green armor you can get, right? It's just normal green armor. But I'm glad the husband and wife got to have their day in the sun here, right? And our elephant's gonna charge into their elephant. Trumpet in the air, and they're all gonna run away. Beautiful. Even there, like, we got totally surrounded by a whole unit of elephants plus this guy, and we still haven't died yet. She's dying, but we haven't died.
我军一员将领阵亡了。
Sunrun gets defeated and then heals us up to 31k. Well, that was a good move, Sunrun. You know, she would do anything for love. Hantong, heartbroken, claims victory.
"胜利源于悉心谋划。
给我全杀光！要把敌人连根铲除，恪守职责。
Well, we got to use our elephant. It was everything we dreamed it can be. Anyway, that'll do it for this time. Oh, man. I might be back later on today. I might not. I'm probably going to try to take a break from this game for a little while. Been playing the daylights out of it, but if I wake up and it's all I want to do, it's what I'm going to do. So, we'll see. But thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Hope you've enjoyed, even though it's been sort of spinning the wheels for the last while. But hey, we got it done. So I've been talking about stopping the campaign for what, like a whole hour? Yeah, but hey. Wonderful stuff. We're the Emperor. That means we can talk about what we want. It also means we can declare victory now. Look at that. A massive, massive kingdom. Little bit of vassal network, but of course, absorbing Liu Bei led to this. We could have not done it and had an even longer mid-game, but I think he would have rolled over before too long anyway, so same old, same old. We end up confederating one way or another, Wei, Wu, and Shuhan. And, you know, Dongbei now, so there you go. All of our dreams came true. We were so happy to get Shuhan on our side. We didn't actually control the brothers in a single battle. And we did one single one with anyone else that we got there. In a place that didn't matter, but that's okay. It was still a lot of fun having them and doing our massive, massive siege for no stakes whatsoever. I had a great time. If we had won any faster, then we wouldn't have been able to get them onto our side, so... Alright, well, anyway, I'll see you guys later.